Chapter 600. Fan Xian looked at him with an indifferent laziness in his eyes. Although Qing Zhou is at the front lines, it is, after all, under the control of the Western camp. There is no need to be so afraid. Li Hongsheng used his finger to point at his nose and said angrily, "You are a high official and noble. You want to go to Qingzhou with just a thought. Don't you know how much trouble you will cause?" Qingzhou was the furthest city in the Qing kingdom. It was the land the great prince had forcefully taken when he first led troops. It was also the newest city. It hung on the edge of the grasslands and was empty on 3 sides. It was often at the point of conflict between the 2 sides. If Shihu knew that the Overwatch Council and Fan Xian had entered deep into Qingzhou, they would probably attack at all costs. Fan Xian swatted away the finger that was about to point at his face and angrily said, "Are you not a high official and noble? Is Prince Yi not? Is Yi Ling or not? But we are all in the military camp." Li Hongsheng looked at him and angrily raised his voice. "You think I don't know you? You will stop when you reach Qingzhou? I know you too well. With the grasslands in front of you, would you not want to go in? You like to take risks. You like to be sneaky. You never follow the group forward or backward. Can I just watch as you slip into the grasslands under my rule?" Li Hongsheng gritted his teeth. "I'm telling you, there is no way." Fan Xian was silent. He had not thought that Li Hongsheng would see through his plans at a glance. However, the dark fire in his heart was still burning. He had to enter Qingzhou and see what was happening, even if he didn't enter the grasslands. "I promise you, I won't bring my subordinates into the grasslands." He gazed at Li Hongsheng and said seriously, "I just want to go to Qingzhou to investigate some things. If I don't come, no one will know exactly what has happened. Believe me, this matter is very important." "What are you investigating in Qingzhou?" Li Hongsheng calmed down and looked at him. "If you have an edict, I will let you go. If not, then don't say anymore." "If I had an edict, why would I be talking to you?" Fan Xian saw that he was being stubborn and couldn't help but become angry. "Don't forget, I am an imperial envoy. His Majesty has allowed me to act at my discretion. I am informing you because I respect you. If I really want to go to Qingzhou, what are you going to do to stop me?" Hearing this, Li Hongsheng gritted his teeth but couldn't find any words to refute. A moment later, he said in a cold voice, "I must warn you, the border is not the same as before. It's easy to die. The Hu people have become more and more sinister. Their methods are similar to yours. Why were you able to capture me when you brought the Overwatch Council into the city earlier? It is because many spies have infiltrated Dingzhou. The Western Camp and the Governor's Manor of Shilyang Road are both nervous about this matter. Your disguises can't even fool me, much less those who—" Li Hongsheng stared into his eyes and tried to persuade him. "Yi Linger is different from you. The Yi family is still respected by the Hu people in the West, but your reputation represents the face of the court. If the Hu people can kill you, they will pay any price. Spies. There are indeed many spies." Fan Xian let out a long breath and faintly said, "In the past 30 years, the Hu people have been unable to send spies into our territory because we look too different. In these 2 years, it has increased. I am also very curious as to where these spies who sell our intelligence to the Hu people came from." A strange light flashed through Li Hongsheng's eyes. Fan Xian gazed at him and said, "The most important purpose of my trip this time is to dig out that person, as well as everyone connected to that person. For this matter, I have prepared for 4 whole months. If you want to stop me, go ask the Emperor for an edict." Li Hongsheng raised his hands to indicate that he had given up. However, he continued to smile coldly and said, "Have you thought about what would happen to the Emperor if something happened to you? What would happen to the people of the Western Camp? You overestimate the Hu people." Fan Xian lowered his eyelids slightly and mockingly said, "You underestimate me." Li Hongsheng was startled. Suddenly, he pulled him in and walked toward the study where the map was kept. After walking through the garden, they came to a room. Lighting a lamp, Li Hongsheng spread out a large map and slapped his palm heavily on a spot in the extreme west. In a cold voice, he said, "Look at the position of Qingzhou. It is 200 li away. If you want to go, I will send a troop of 1,000 people to escort you. If you don't want people to escort you, then I want to know, if the Hu people suddenly attack in the last 30 li of the flat desert, how will you deal with it? Fan Xian looked at the map carefully. Although he had studied this map many times in the Jingdo Council, looking at it again now, he still felt a chill. The road to Qingzhou was close to the edge of the grasslands. Using their ability to come and go unpredictably on the grasslands, the Hu people could indeed launch an attack at any time. I'm a merchant. The Hu people do not kill merchants, Fan Xian said with his head lowered. In his heart, he was thinking about the agreement he had with Hu Ge. Li Hongsheng did not respond to his words. Pointing at the map, he said, "These 2 years, the Hu people have come out of the grasslands every day to sweep through the fields behind Qingzhou. Do you know how many people have died? Once the Hu people get into a killing frenzy, who cares if you are a merchant or not? Even if you are a 9th level ace, if you are faced with hundreds of roaming riders, what way do you have to escape?" Without waiting for Fan Xian to respond, his finger continued to move on the map. Look at this area. This is the direction the Hu people are mainly attacking. In these 2 years, over 1,000 field army soldiers have died. Fan Xian knew of the tragedy on the border and said, "Is there no way to solve this problem? I can guarantee that the metal riders under my command will not lose to the Hu people's roaming riders. However, this is like 2 people stabbing knives at each other. Both knives are sharp, but the target is different. They don't dare to touch my main force, but I can't catch their main force." Fan Xian said thoughtfully, "The Hu people's camps are moving, but our people are tied to the ground because of the fields. The damage they do to us is greater than the damage we do to them." Li Hongsheng nodded his head helplessly. "That is why I have to go to Qingzhou. I have to see just who the master who invented this kind of bastardly tactic is." Fan Xian's eyes were cold. An underworld fire began to burn amidst the coldness. Knowing that he could not convince Fan Xian, Li Hongsheng stared into his eyes and asked, "Why is the Overwatch Council paying so much attention to the Shiliang matter? It's not council business, it's my private matter." Fan Xian's mood was clearly terrible. Looking at the red dots on the map, he said, "Of course, it's not just a private matter. I have to stabilize the situation in the West before next year. I need your help. At the same time, I also have to cut off the support the Hu people have." Before next year? Li Hongsheng looked at him with confusion. He didn't know why he was so anxious about the situation in the West. "Next year, Sigu Jian can, at most, hold out until next spring," Fan Xian said with his head lowered. Fan Xian lowered his head and said, "The 4th Bureau put most of its attention on observing Sigu Jian's injury. This great Grandmaster is really good at enduring. He actually managed to endure this much longer than expected. Although he has not seen any outsiders in these 2 years, we know that he is still alive, and we also know that he will die next year. What does Sigu Jian's life and death have to do with the West?" Li Hongsheng asked angrily. Fan Xian raised his head and looked at him. "Because if Sigu Jian dies, the Emperor will send me to Dongyi. I will no longer have time to resolve the problems in the West." Li Hongsheng laughed coldly and said, "Do you think you can resolve everything in the world by yourself? I acknowledge your ability, but I hope you don't think too highly of yourself." Fan Xian knew that the other party's words did not have any ill intentions. He spread out his hands and said, "After Sigu Jian, Dongyi will always lean to one side, regardless of whether it is the Qing Kingdom or Northern Qi. The biggest problem is how do we smoothly transition Dongyi into our hands? Or if the 2 sides fight, Dongyi can still maintain a neutral position. That's impossible." Fan Xian smiled self-mockingly and shook his head. "Once Sigu Jian dies, the conflict between the master of the city and the sword hut will explode. What right does Dongyi have to be neutral? But you still haven't explained what this has to do with you rushing to Shiliang." Fan Xian glanced at Li Hongsheng helplessly. After a moment of silence, he said in a low voice, "The reason is simple. I have to prove to the world that I can resolve the problems of Shiliang and Dongyi." "And then?" Li Hongsheng looked at him suspiciously. "Then I want to prove to the Emperor that if we truly want to unify the world, we don't necessarily have to fight. Even if we have to fight, It doesn't have to be a martial battle. A civil attack is also possible. Even if we have to fight, if we can, we will. Fan Xian's voice grew quieter and quieter. It was so quiet that even he didn't believe these words. Li Hongxing was also dumbfounded. He sat silently to the side, wondering if he had heard incorrectly. Li Hongchang suddenly stood up and quickly paced back and forth in the study. It was as if he was digesting the news he had just heard. A moment later, he stood by Fan Xian's side and laughed uncontrollably. His laughter was filled with absurdity. "Are you an idiot?" Li Hongchang let loose a torrent of abuse at him. "How can you think of such a childish idea? Do you think you're an immortal who can resolve the Hu people without using a single soldier? Without using a single soldier, you can resolve Dongyi in northern Qi?" Li Hongqing's entire body shook with anger. Pointing at Fan Xian's face, his fingertips shook wildly. "I thought you had some great idea going to Qingzhou, but it's such a childish and chaotic battle. What exactly do you want to do? Have you really been flattered by the Imperial College students to the point of forgetting your own name? Do you really want to be a saint?" Li Hongchang abruptly grabbed Fan Xian's clothes and gritted his teeth. "Are you crazy? No one in the world will obediently do as you say just because of what you think." The two of their faces were very close. Li Hongchang looked at the darkness in Fan Xian's eyes and roared in a low voice. "Prove to the Emperor? What exactly are you thinking about?" Fan Xian lowered his head and said in a low voice, "What am I thinking about? If I said I hope for the world to be peaceful and without war, would you think this idea was absurd?" Li Hongchang let go of his hands. Fan Xian sat back down in the chair. He looked at Fan Xian and shook his head for a moment. He was so shocked he couldn't speak. As a man of the Qing kingdom, how could he hate war so much? Fortunately, he knew how many times Fan Xian had experienced life and death situations in his life. He was not a person who craved life and feared death. "This idea is not absurd," Li Hongchang said each word clearly. "Rather, it cannot even be considered an idea." Fan Xian raised his head and said fiercely, "Why not? If I can use my own power to unify the world, why would the Emperor need to go to war and let tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions of common people die for this glorious goal? For the sake of so many lives, why can't I think like this?" Fine. Li Hongchang nodded his head repeatedly. "You can think like this, but you will never be able to do it. Furthermore, I advise you not to let the Emperor know of your thoughts. Otherwise, he will certainly think you are crazy. I've been crazy to begin with." Fan Xian closed his eyes and faintly said, "You don't know how I've lived these 2 years. Every day, I think about this problem. It seems that in the next moment, a great battle will erupt. Those common people who don't understand anything will die under horses or under knives and spears. I want to change all of this, but I don't know how to do it. No one can help me. No one can help me." He suddenly became angry. Opening his eyes, he stared at Li Hongchang and extended a finger. In a loud voice, he said, "They've all left. Chen Pingping doesn't care anymore. Father has retired. Lin Ruofu has been scared into an old rabbit by the Emperor in Wuzhou. And the boss? He'd probably be happy to go to war and not stay in Jingdou. Uncle Wu Zhu had also left. It was only him," Fan Xian added in his heart. "It's only me." Fan Xian's lips trembled slightly. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "It's only me who thinks and struggles at night. I'm not satisfied. I know that this is a difficult goal to reach, but I still have to try." Absurd, laughable, childish. Li Hongchang shook his shoulder as if he wanted to shake this madman awake. The Emperor used 30 years of time to create such a wonderful situation. Shihu, if the Emperor is prepared, he can beat them into trash at any time. In the current situation, you want to go against His Majesty? Let me tell you, the Emperor doesn't need you to do these things for him. He has enough power to do it himself. Li Hongxing looked at Fan Xian like he was looking at an idiot. In these 2 years, you had the Overwatch Council purposely reduce its power in order to stabilize the court. You allowed the palace treasury to regain its former glory, replenished the national treasury, and replenished military expenses. If you truly helped him pacify Shihu and take back Dongyi, You would have already made all the preparations for the Emperor before a great battle. Yet, you want the Emperor to give up on the idea of starting a war at this time? Do you think the Emperor is crazy, or are you crazy? What exactly happened? What has happened to you these 2 years? Li Hongqing looked at Fan Xian in disbelief. The world is at peace. This sort of thing has never happened before. At least while I am alive, I hope for world peace. This can be considered my life's dream. Fan Xian smiled self-mockingly. After a moment of silence, he said seriously, ever since I was young in Danzhou, I had always thought about what I wanted to do in this life. Later on, I gradually understood that if the world could be at peace, that would be for the best. 2 years ago in Jingdao, Fan Xian raised his head and looked at Li Hongqing's closely bearded and concerned eyes. Faintly, he said, I watched the second prince vomit blood and die, the eldest princess stab herself to death, and so many rebel soldiers, imperial soldiers, and subordinates of the Overwatch Council. Because of the goal of unifying the world, they became sacrifices on the Emperor's path. It was at that time that I solidified this dream. Is it laughable? I've also seen dead people. Li Hongqing glared at him. In these 3 years on the grasslands, I've seen more dead people than you, but what can I do? History is always like this. Your dream has always been laughable. Do you know that? A laughable dream is still a dream. Fan Xian crossed his hands in front of his chest and recovered his calm. Quietly, he said, if a person doesn't have a dream, then what difference is there between them and a salted fish? In the entire Qin kingdom, no one will support your so-called dream. Li Hongqing gradually calmed down. He shook his head and said with pity, including Director Chun and Minister Fan, no one will support your thoughts. I understand, Fan Xian said. I have always been different from most people in the world. I just want to use facts to convince the Emperor. The Emperor will never be convinced by others. Li Hongqing emphasized his tone. Who knows what hasn't happened? Fan Xian stood up. Don't forget, I am now the father of 2 children. You will have to get married and have children in these 2 years. We have to leave something for our descendants. At least, I hope it won't be a chaotic world filled with endless war and corpses. You don't think the Emperor will unify the world? Li Hongqing asked after a long silence after hearing Fan Xian's words. It is easy to conquer the world, but difficult to rule it. Fan Xian tidied up his messy clothes and slowly said, back then, the northern expedition broke up the Wei kingdom and allowed the Zhan family to inherit the throne. The people of Jiangnan, Jiangbei, Shandong, and Yinjing easily submitted, but the people of the Wei kingdom will not so easily lower their heads. Even if the Iron Riders of the Qing kingdom break into Shangjing, it will take decades for the people to acknowledge the rule of the Li royal family. Accurately speaking, it will take decades of suppression and slaughter. Fan Xian walked toward the outside of the room. I don't want Xiaohua and Liangzi to not see the beautiful scenery of West Lake and the East Sea, but instead see blood flowing and iron chains crossing the river. Thus, I want to try to change it, at least in a different way. But decades of blood and iron can be exchanged for 10,000 years of peace. Li Hongqing still could not accept Fan Xian's way of thinking. The situation of the world will unite after a long time and separate after a long time. Unifying the world may bring more benefits to the people, but I can't think that far ahead, Fan Xian said. I once said this to Yin Bingyan. I can only think about the moment I am alive and the moment my children are alive. I just don't want to be a salted fish. I don't want to be a saint. After saying this, Fan Xian walked out of the room. Inside the room, Li Hongqing's palms pressed against the map and suddenly said, Why are you telling me this? Fan Xian didn't turn around. He smiled and replied, We are friends. I won't hide my thoughts from my friends. Then, he thought of his friend in the flowery dress. His heart throbbed with pain. A few days later, the imperial envoy of Shiliang Road, the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, and the Duke of Danbua, Fan Xian, entered the city to patrol on behalf of the emperor. The governor of Shiliang Road and the general came out of the city to welcome him. The entire city celebrated for 3 days. At the end of the 3 days, the general's manor investigated the case of the spies in the mutton shop. They found that Jiangnan merchants had secretly colluded with bandits and smuggled salt and iron. A total of 14 people were executed. After the banquet, the imperial envoy left the city to send him off. On the same day, the imperial envoy, Fan Xian, had already disguised himself as a merchant and boarded a carriage headed toward Qingzhou, beginning his journey to investigate the case. Just as he had said to Li Hongxing that night, he had to calm the situation in Shi Lake and peacefully subdue Dongyi before the world went to war. Only then could he prove his ability to the emperor and the feasibility of his methods. However, this trip to Shi Lake was not only a step for Fan Xian to break away from his salted fish life. More importantly, he was going to resolve a matter that made him very angry. This matter could not be explained clearly to Hongxing. The carriage moved forward on the road between the boundless fields. In front and behind the carriages, Overwatch Council subordinates were watching everything cautiously to prevent the Hu people's grass-clearing troops from suddenly attacking. Fan Xian hoped that a small group of Hu people would come. Unfortunately, after that night, Li Hongxing had first launched the autumn attack in the 9th year of the Qing calendar. In an instant, the Shi Lake riders had killed their way back to the foot of Tianshan. On the grasslands, the empty rear of Qingzhou immediately became quiet. Fan Xian drew back his gaze from outside the window. He knew that the large movements of the western camp were completely to ensure his safety. Although Hongxing had not said it explicitly, he was using his actions to help him. His gaze landed on a knife in his hand. The style of this knife was normal, but it was made of very good material. It was definitely not something the Hu people's level of craftsmanship could make. The problem was, this knife was the Hu weapon they had seized from Qingzhou 5 months ago. The officials of the 4th Bureau in Qingzhou had cautiously sent this knife back to Jingdou and presented it in front of Fan Xian's eyes. This knife did not have any markings that could be used to investigate its origins, but Fan Xian recognized it at a glance because this kind of knife was made by a secret workshop on the side of the North Sea. Fan Xian's eyes were filled with a fire of anger that was difficult to suppress. The Jinqi in his body released, and with a crack, snapped the knife in two. Chapter 601. The journey was peaceful. The group of carriages moved forward on the official road. Occasionally, they could find the traces of the Hu people's bloody surprise attacks. Every time this happened, Fan Xian would get out of the carriage and look for a while. Then, he would have his subordinate 2nd Bureau intelligence officers carefully gather all kinds of information. Stopping and walking like this, it only took them 6 days to arrive at the most remote and shortest-lived city in the Qing kingdom, Qingzhou. Qingzhou was very different from what Fan Xian had imagined. Before coming here, he had carefully looked at the intelligence reports in the council and had even specifically asked the Great Prince about the specific situation on the Western Front. He had thought that Qingzhou was just a rather desolate and run-down border city, more like a heavily guarded military camp. Unexpectedly, when his group entered the city, they found that other than the soldiers walking back and forth, most of the people in the city were merchants. Merchants like Fan Xian walked through the few remaining streets and alleys in Qingzhou with hurried expressions. They hurried to exchange documents for exiting the border. In a loud voice, they called for hard labor and carefully stared at the goods they had brought to the border. All of this made Qingzhou lose some of its iron and blood color. Instead, it gained a rich smell of money. It appeared particularly messy. Fan Xian had thought that the court had set up a province here, mainly for symbolic meaning. Qingzhou would be particularly small and dry. He had not thought that this place would have the feeling of a little Suzhou. He sat on the shaft of the carriage and looked at the scene in front of him with a pained smile. He didn't know what to say. Speaking of which, Qingzhou's abnormal prosperity was inextricably linked to Fan Xian. In the small city, most of the brave merchants who were busy entering the grasslands came from Jiangnan. The Qing court had always strictly prohibited trading with the Hu people. 3 years ago, Fan Xian had remonstrated with the emperor and secretly relaxed this rule. Salt, iron, and grain were strictly prohibited from being sold to the Hu people. But what was there to be afraid of selling luxury goods like jewelry, perfume, and strong alcohol to the Hu people? For one, It could bring a lot of income to the Qing national treasury because the nobles and the Hu tribes, who controlled more than 90% of the wealth, greatly welcomed these things. For another, it made it easier to send spies into the grasslands. Fan Xian had seen this in the past, but he had not personally come to Qingzhou. He indeed did not know that one thought of his had allowed Qingzhou to develop so quickly in just a few short years. It had already surpassed his imagination. It looked like they could earn the Hu people's gems, good horses, and blankets by using some small things that were not particularly valuable. Such a large profit made the Qing merchants extremely excited. They were willing to risk the danger of the two sides fighting endlessly and go deep into the grasslands to trade. Marx's words were very good, Fan Xian thought. He also had a plan in his heart. Since there were so many people covering for him, he should still be able to go to the grasslands. The border army stationed in Green Province was especially strict towards these merchants. Even though those merchant companies vigorously stuffed banknotes into the officers' hands, they still didn't speed up the inspection. Fan Xian and his group waited at the city gate for a long time, but found it difficult to move forward. The autumn sun hung in the sky above the grasslands. It was a blazing white. Although it did not give the merchants and soldiers in the city too much of a test of heat, this kind of brightness made people's emotions begin to become irritated. After all, Qingzhou was too special. It was a strange city formed by soldiers and traveling merchants. When the soldiers became irritated, their attitude toward the merchants became much worse. Although the merchants' emotions were similarly irritated, they still lowered their heads and smiled obsequiously. Until today, the soldiers of the Western camp still could not understand why the imperial court would allow these greedy bastards to pass through Qingzhou and enter the grasslands to curry favor with their mortal enemies, the Hu people. As they sent out the documents, they were cursing in their hearts with ill intentions. They hoped that these shameless bastards who did not care about their lives for money would die on the grasslands under the arrows of the Hu people and never come back. Outside the inspection yamen, there were a few black-robed Overwatch Council officials sitting beside the officers and supervising the inspection of goods. Fan Xian gave Mu Feng a meaningful glance. Mu Feng immediately understood his meaning and began to prepare to secretly make contact with these colleagues of the Fourth Bureau. After arranging everything, Fan Xian impatiently continued to wait in the carriages. He jumped off the shaft of the carriage and patted the dust off his bottom. Leading a subordinate disguised as a servant, he walked into Qingzhou. He pulled open his collar and raised his head to look at the white sun that had shrunk into a small circle in the sky with narrowed eyes. He also felt irritated in his heart, but he didn't sweat. He was very upset. Suddenly, the Qingzhou city gate not far behind him suddenly opened. A series of urgent and orderly horse hooves rang out outside the city gate, startling the long line of merchants waiting to inspect the goods. Everyone looked toward the city gate with curiosity. They didn't know which troop had returned. The troops returning at this time should have been out hunting rabbits on the grasslands after not returning all night. Hunting rabbits was a slang on the border. It had the same meaning as the Hu people's so-called gathering grass and grain. The Qing kingdom and Shi Hu had continuously stabbed at each other. They relied on this kind of sweeping and counter-sweeping to maintain the blood hatred between them. Although the Qing army was powerful, the troops that dared to leave the city to fight in the middle of the night still appeared very courageous. Fan Xian also heard the dense sound of horse hooves. He pulled his gaze back from the sky and looked toward the city gate. Perhaps it was because the sun in the sky was too hot that it left a burning white mark on his retina. When he gazed at the group of weather-beaten riders outside the city gate, particularly the general at the very front of the riders, it was like he was looking at the sun. The general leading the riders bravely attacking the grasslands at night was not tall. Contrasted by the armor, she appeared slightly thin and small. However, Fan Xian felt that her body was suffused with light, especially the pair of eyes under her eyebrows that were as dark as the distant mountains. Her eyes were still very bright, so bright that there was not a trace of impurity. They were like jade reflecting the sunlight. However, her brows were furrowed. It seemed that she was thinking more than many years ago. The armor on her body was stained with blood. The horse beneath her was very tired. It looked like she had experienced a true battle last night. As if pierced by that pair of clean eyes, Fan Xian closed his eyes and lowered his head, hoping that she had not discovered him. A strange feeling welled up in his heart. This scene seemed to prove that something like time did not just advance in one direction. 5 years ago, Fan Xian had come to Jingdo from Danzhou. Outside the city gate, he had seen this girl with brows like distant mountains and eyes like jade. However, the girl who had called him teacher back then wore a light-colored dress and a playful white deerskin hat. Today, the girl was wearing a dusty military uniform and had an awe-inspiring aura. Time had changed many people and changed many people. It seemed that the only thing that did not change was their names. Fan Xian lowered his head deeply and used his subordinate's body to hide his figure. On the horse, Yiling was clearly tired. She did not notice that there were old acquaintances among the merchants on the side of the street. When the merchants realized that the leader of the riders was Yiling, they withdrew their gazes. These merchants, who had come to Qingzhou for many years, were already used to this scene. Since it was the young lady of the Yi family who led the troops out of the city, regardless of whether it was night or day, she would have to kill some Hu people before she was willing to return to the city. 2 years had passed since the Jingdo Rebellion. The emperor was grateful for the Yi family's loyalty and gave a special edict to take away Yiling's title of Wang Fei. In reality, he was silently allowing this girl to remarry. In the old territory of the Dingzhou army, all of the soldiers and commoners were used to calling this girl who had returned home Lady Yi. No one was used to calling her Wang Fei. However, Yiling stubbornly called herself Wang Fei. It was only a year ago that she had taken a knife and forced Li Hongsheng to send her to Qingzhou. Fan Xian watched the thin figure on the horse gradually move further and further away. He was silent. He knew very well about Yiling's life these 2 years in Dingzhou and Qingzhou. He also understood why Yiling persisted in calling herself Wang Fei and why Yiling wore a suit of armor. Perhaps it was only on the grasslands when she brandished a sword that she would forget the unhappy past. The environment of the grasslands and a life of iron and blood were indeed the best ways to make a person strong. The daughter of the head of the Bureau of Military Affairs, the daughter of the person in charge of the Qing Kingdom's military, was fighting head-on with the enemy on the most dangerous frontier. This was probably something that had never happened before in history. Because of this drama, what Yiling received was no longer just sympathetic gazes and rumors, but respect and fear. Fan Xian was not worried about Yiling's safety because Li Hongsheng would certainly not let Yiling sink into a dangerous situation. The people on both sides of the frontier all had a natural respect for the Yi family. The riders Yiling led were certainly the elite of the Qing army. Yiling had the strength of a 7th-level martial artist. It was enough to protect herself. Most importantly, this path of forgetting had been chosen by Yiling herself. Fan Xian greatly respected this. With great difficulty, Mu Feng exchanged for the document to leave the frontier. After being pulled by the Qingzhou military and reprimanded by the ear and endlessly intimidated by the dangers of the Hu people on the grasslands, he finally completed all the necessary procedures with a helpless expression. The goods were gathered in the Qingzhou Yamen. When they left the city and entered the grasslands, they would have to use the pass in their hands to pick them up. This was also because they were afraid that after the goods were inspected, some people would secretly tamper with them. Smuggling such things was rampant no matter which frontier it was. Some military officers would even bring in small groups. However, the Dingzhou general's manner turned a blind eye to this matter. Qingzhou was isolated on the edge of the grasslands. Life was unspeakably bitter. If there wasn't some outside money, no military officer would be willing to stay here for a long time. That night, Fan Xian and his group rested in a large shared bed. The entire large room was filled with the stench of feet. The night was bone-chilling. Fan Xian used his privilege to sleep against the wall. Although it was the coldest, it was also the quietest. Mu Feng lay beside him and repeatedly asked for forgiveness in a quiet voice. Fan Xian smiled and didn't say anything. In everyone's eyes, he was a descendant of the heavens. Not many people knew what kind of hardship he had suffered in his 2 lives. When it came to enduring hardship, everyone underestimated him. The night grew darker. A few strange movements came from outside the shared bed. Mu Feng, who had not slept, immediately woke up and prepared to inform Sir Fan Jr. Unexpectedly, when he turned his face, he saw Fan Xian's bright and calm eyes shining with light in the night. Like a wolf, the two of them quietly rose and met with the official of the 4th Bureau of the Overwatch Council. It was the clever person who had secretly sent the knife to Jingdo. In a dark corner of the courtyard, Fan Xian lowered his voice and asked the official, "How many of these knives are there?" "Just this one," the official quickly replied. "Originally, there were 3, but after I took one, I found that the other 2 were gone the next day." Fan Xian's heart chilled. Could it be? The official knew what he meant and shook his head. "It's not from the Western University. These spoils of war are not eye-catching. They're all piled up in the warehouse, and no one notices. As for those 2 knives, they should have been stolen by someone. I'm not sure who stole it." "You didn't watch that night?" Fan Xian stared into the official's eyes. The official raised his head and replied in a small voice, "I watched all night and didn't find anything." He paused and then said, "If someone could steal a knife in front of me, it must be an ace." For some reason, Fan Xian trusted this subordinate's confident judgment. He smiled and asked, "How high?" "As high as the 9th level." The subordinate replied cutely. After a few words, Fan Xian found that he liked this 4th Bureau official whose name he didn't know very much. He didn't know where this liking came from. He glanced at the official curiously and didn't say anything. He thought to himself that the 9th level disciples under heaven were all famous and powerful figures. How can 9th level appear in this remote Qingzhou? Although liking was liking, Fan Xian's eyes under his slightly lowered eyelids became icy. His fingers bent slightly, ready to strike and kill the official in front of him at any moment. "One last question. Why are you so interested in this knife?" The knife that had been broken in the carriage had a very common style. If Fan Xian had not been very familiar with the material used to make the knife, he would not have discovered the hidden danger within. The 4th Bureau official did not feel Fan Xian's hidden but unreleased killing intent. Very respectfully, he said, "Sir, I am a member of the Chinian unit." The official knelt on one knee and presented an item with both hands. Fan Xian accepted the item and slowly stroked it in his palm. His heart was empty. This was the token of his most loyal subordinate. However, he truly knew nothing about this official's existence. He confirmed the other's identity and no longer had any doubts. He nodded his head. The official stood and said in a low voice, "I was personally chosen by Sir Wang to join the team. However, I have never stood out. A few years ago, I had been in the 3 large workshops. At the beginning of this year, I was moved to Qingzhou. Looking at this knife, I felt it was strange because this knife embryo should be a Type B steel from the 3rd large workshop. In the past, the weapons produced by the palace treasury may have been lost on the battlefield, but this kind of knife has not been distributed to the military. I felt the situation was urgent, so I quickly informed you." Fan Xian nodded and took a deep breath. He knew his good luck was still continuing. However, he didn't know who the 9th level ace who had stolen the 2 knives was. He secretly deduced that if that person was his enemy, the court would probably be full of words attacking him for treason by now. Since the court was quiet, it meant that the person who had stolen the knives also wanted to help him cover up. "So, you were personally chosen by Lao Wang." In the darkness, Fan Xian smiled. It was impossible to see that his smile was slightly twisted. "No wonder your words are so interesting." Fan Xian opened his mouth again and said, "Concerning the name Songji Xianling, have you found anything?" The official stood and reported seriously, "There have indeed been a few more outsiders in the Hu King's camp these 2 years, but there is no Songji Xianling. I have no leads." Fan Xian said, "I have already had the 2nd Bureau investigate this name. Wait here. Once there is news, immediately send someone into the grasslands to inform me." You're going to the grasslands? I'm going to find the person who stole the knives. Fan Xian's voice was very cold. Immediately after, it softened. He patted the official's shoulder and said, "You did well this time. After you finish investigating this case, return to the capital to help me. Thank you for your promotion." The official was overjoyed and knelt down to accept the order. He lowered his voice, but could not suppress his joy. "I haven't seen Sir Wang in 2 years. I wonder if he is well." Concerning Wang Qinyan's whereabouts, Fan Xian had never made it clear to the officials in the council. Everyone, including Yin Bingyun and the others, thought that Lao Wang had gone to carry out the commissioner's secret mission. No one suspected anything. The Overwatch Council officials on the periphery knew even less. Hearing these words, Fan Xian was silent. He thought to himself, "Wang Qinyan, that old bastard. He has already left, yet he continues to help me. How could I not miss him?" The opening ceremony of the Paralympics last night was very good. If there are friends who didn't watch it, it would be best to watch the replay. Otherwise, it would be a pity. Another thing. Yesterday, I watched Zhang Xiaohua's first chaos in history. I've been nurturing him for a few months. After watching it all in one go, I almost laughed my head off. Talent is talent. This is rare. Speaking of which, why does 6th Lu's surname just happen to be Lu? His words were too biased, too biased. Chapter 602. 2 days later, Fan Xian and his group prepared to leave Qingzhou. This trip required them to go deep into the grasslands, so it was not convenient to ride in carriages. Other than carts carrying goods, the rest of the merchants all traveled on horseback. During these 2 days, Mu Feng had already naturally established a good relationship with the merchants and agreed on a journey. Early that morning, when large numbers of merchant groups began to leave the city, the Qingzhou riders, who had once again left the city to hunt rabbits, just happened to be returning to the city. The two groups brushed past each other. The riders did not look directly at these merchants. Although their superiors would sometimes send these riders to escort these merchants, most of the time, the two sides rarely interacted. Without the Qing army escorting them, perhaps these merchants would be safer. Yiling, with a tired expression, sat on her horse. A few strands of black hair leaked out of her helmet and mixed with her sweat. It was sticky. She used her finger to play with it. Her gaze unconsciously flickered to the merchant group outside the city gate. It was just a glance, but it was like she was attracted by a magnet. Yilinger furrowed her brows and looked suspiciously at a young merchant standing next to a horse in the caravan. The merchant wore a cotton robe. It was ordinary and did not appear to be eye-catching, but Yilinger felt that it was a little strange. From this angle, she could only see the young merchant's back. It was this back that allowed Yilinger to discover his true identity. Her expression suddenly changed. A complicated emotion flashed through her eyes. It was Fan Xian. How could Yilinger so easily discover Fan Xian's figure? Because Fan Xian was her teacher, he had once taught her little tricks for a year. Yilinger had also taught him the Yi family's coffin breaker without holding anything back. Their palms crossed and their bodies fought. They were familiar with each other's movements, habits, and body characteristics to a terrifying degree. Yilinger stared in a daze at the figure's back. Biting her lip, she suppressed her emotions. She did not ride forward. Instead, she cracked her whip, called out to her teacher, and cried loudly. She knew that since Fan Xian had come to Qingzhou in disguise and had not come to see her, then it was certainly not a private matter. Rather, it was an important mission for the court. The Overwatch Council wanted to make some noise on the grasslands. If it was not an important matter, a noble son like Fan Xian would not take such a big risk and enter deep into the grasslands. Yilinger was no longer the spirited little girl of the past. She had matured a great deal. She would not expose Fan Xian's identity in front of everyone. She only glanced deeply at his back and then silently led her horse toward the manor. After entering the government, she didn't even rest for a moment before she said, "A few days ago, the Dingzhou General's manor gave the order for the autumn hunt. It is time for us to make some moves." A general who was listening at the side felt a chill in his heart. He thought to himself that Miss was getting more and more ruthless. It was just that they had launched an attack in the middle of the night, and their men and horses were already exhausted. He explained, "The great general's orders are clear. Qing province is not within the scope of this autumn hunt. Then we'll make it ourselves." Yiling lowered her head. She was no longer a little girl who had come to play, but a female general with a lot of experience. Add to that her identity and background and the words she spoke, even her immediate superior had to consider them seriously. No one knew why Yiling insisted on the Qingzhou army joining the scope of the autumn hunt. No one knew that the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, Fan Xian, had come to Qingzhou, left Qingzhou, and entered the grasslands. Yiling suggestion was to use the Qingzhou riders to attract most of the Hu people's attention and protect the safety of the merchant group along the way. There have been especially many merchants this year. No one knows if the Hu people will suddenly go crazy. The nobles of the Hu tribe are still counting on the merchants to bring in an endless stream of goods. How could they go crazy? The general thought to himself and furrowed his brows. Don't worry about those merchants. If we send out troops, I'm afraid it will make things more inconvenient for them. Yiling didn't say anything. She lowered her head and thought that if the 3 roads into the grasslands were thrown into chaos, it should make it easier for Fan Xian to do things. Although she didn't know why Fan Xian had risked his life to enter the grasslands, she only knew one thing. Her teacher had always been the best at obtaining the greatest benefit from chaos. During these 2 or 3 days, there were suddenly many outsiders in the Dingzhou headquarters behind Qingzhou. Some of these people used the identities of court officials and said they were there to check on the expenditure. Some were merchants from various places. There were also hard laborers who had come to the West to make a fortune while the war was about to end. These people's identities were very messy, so they didn't attract much attention. They were only faintly divided into many small groups. There was a leader in each group. Just as Fan Xian's group left Qingzhou and began to head toward the Grasslands King's tent in search of Songji Xianling, these leaders quietly entered the general's manor. There was an important matter in the general's manor, so all the unrelated people had been chased out of the manor. Looking at the dozen or so people in different clothing below the hall, General Li Hongcheng couldn't help but smile bitterly and say, "Fan Xian's spending this time is quite large." The people who had entered Dingzhou were all officials and secret agents of the Overwatch Council. At this moment, in the general's manor were the heads of each department. Only one person had the right to sit in the chair below the hall. This person was already middle-aged. His hair had not yet turned white, but his gaze was tired. It looked like these 3 years in a foreign country had been unusually difficult. This person looked at Li Hongcheng and bowed. "The council thinks that if we want to clear out the spies in Dingzhou, we must use thunderous methods." Li Hongcheng looked at this person and furrowed his brows. "But we can't have you come personally. Deng Ziyu, Yan'an, and Shanjing. You've suddenly come to Dingzhou. What about the court's matters in the north?" Li Hongqing's status was noble, but he spoke more politely to this middle-aged man because he knew he was the head of the Overwatch Council spies in northern Qi. His more important identity was the head of the Qinian unit and one of Fan Xian's most capable trusted aides. This Overwatch Council official in charge of Dingzhou's elimination of spies was Deng Ziyu, who Fan Xian had sent to northern Qi for more than 2 years. No one knew what went wrong with the mission this time for Fan Xian to bring him back. "If I don't come back myself, how can I capture those people?" Deng Ziyu thought to himself, but he didn't say it out loud to the crown prince. This matter not only involved the battle between Shihu and the Qing kingdom, but also involved another powerful power. Fan Xian had moved him south with no intention of having him return to Shanjing. He wanted to use his 3 years of infiltration of the northern Qi brocade guards in Shanjing, as well as his familiarity with northern Qi. "After finishing this matter, I won't return to Shanjing." Deng Ziyu bowed respectfully to Li Hongcheng. Li Hongcheng looked into his eyes and slowly said, "How will the Western camp cooperate?" Deng Ziyu should have been in Dingzhou for 3 days. Fan Xian sat on the horse with his eyes half closed. It seemed that he was not worried at all that the horse would throw him off. He yawned and said, "According to the agreed time, we have to be fast. Otherwise, if they attack in Dingzhou and anger the people on the grasslands, I'm afraid it won't be appropriate. He had been preparing for this matter for 4 months. If the anger in his heart had not accumulated to such a strong degree, perhaps Fan Xian would not have used such crude methods. However, he also knew that the other party had entered the grasslands long before him. Their infiltration of Dingzhou had already been going on for over a year. He was already much slower in terms of time. If he couldn't delay the other party's commander on the grasslands, something might go wrong. Mu Feng glanced at Fan Xian and then at the long line of merchants in front of him. Furrowing his brows, he said, "These people move too slowly. Furthermore, they will stop at each tribe along the way. If we really walk to the king's tent, who knows how long it will take?" According to the original plan, Fan Xian's group of merchants should have separated from the main group of merchants yesterday. There had been a fork in the grasslands yesterday. Hugo should have sent his trusted aide there to receive them. Then, Fan Xian's group would take a shortcut and reach their destination. Unexpectedly, there was no one at the fork in the road to receive them. It was only one of Hu Ji's trusted aides who had found an opening and sneaked into the tent at night to express his apologies and explain the reason. The other 2 roads on the grasslands were being attacked by the Qingzhou army. As the foremost ace under the left virtuous king's banner, Hu Gu just so happened to be there with his subordinates. Naturally, he had been moved to provide support. It was impossible for him to leave the majority of the group to receive the Qing Kingdom's Overwatch Council. Fan Xian didn't know this was Yi Ling's intention. He had not thought that his female disciple wanted to share his burden and instead brought him even more trouble. Since that person still hasn't shown himself, even if we get to the king's tent, we won't see him. Mu Feng looked at Fan Xian and reminded him. The other party won't make such a mistake. He knows it is a merchant group from the Qing Kingdom. He won't show himself in front of us. The horses slowly moved forward. Their hooves stepped on the autumn grass. Dingzhou is ready. Mu Feng reminded again. Mu Feng reminded again. In his opinion, even if there were so-called aces in the Hu King's tent, as long as they caught all the spies in Dingzhou, the other party would not be able to raise too many waves. Why take the risk? Fan Xian's thumb gently moved on the reins. A moment later, he said, "I have to know who that person is. This is a very important point. If the other party is who I think they are, then I have to change my tactics. Just catching everyone in Dingzhou in one fell swoop will not have a fundamental effect." He had never heard of the name Songji Xianling, nor did he know what this name meant in Hu language. But almost subconsciously, he thought that the person with this name was a woman. This was an unreasonable inference. It was somewhat mysterious and did not make sense. Fan Xian believed more and more in his deduction and became more and more angry. In the distance, there were a few white birds flying quickly on the knee-high grasslands. Fan Xian raised his eyes and looked. He could faintly see that behind the grasslands in the distance was a vast desert. What was further away from the desert? To the east of the desert is the North Sea. Mu Feng looked at his slightly furrowed brows and knew what he was thinking. In a quiet voice, he said, "Beyond the vast North Sea is northern Qi. I've been to the North Sea." Fan Xian looked in that direction as if he wanted to see the reeds in the North Sea. Faintly, he said, "This desert stretches for thousands of li. It is said that no one can pass through it alive. Although the North Sea is beautiful, it is boundless. If one wishes to cross it, it is extremely difficult. I've been thinking about this problem. How exactly should one go from northern Qi to Shihu? First head south into the border of the country. Then, from northwest of Jingdou, head straight for Dingzhou, and then Qingzhou into the grasslands. That is where we are now." Mu Feng had clearly put in a lot of effort in Jingdou. It will take a long time, but it is convenient. Compared to forcefully crossing the North Sea and passing through the desert, it is more feasible. But the Shihu King's tent and the 2 virtuous kings would never trust a Central Plains person from the Qing Kingdom, Fan Xian said with a cold expression. Fan Xian said with a cold expression, "To win the trust of the seemingly warm but actually overly suspicious Hu people is a difficult task in itself. So I am very curious as to how they did it. In the next dozen days, the merchant group advanced deeper into the grasslands. Everywhere was a scene of autumn grass. Occasionally, they saw nomadic herders grazing hundreds of cows and sheep. They were like white clouds floating above the gently rising and falling meadows. It was beautiful and peaceful. This place was no longer the place where the Shi, Hu, and Qing armies fought, so it gradually gave off the feeling of a paradise beyond the Great Wall. Along the way, they passed through two large tribes. The Qing merchants had sold a lot of goods. The entire merchant group appeared much lighter, and their speed also increased. However, there were still no merchants who finished selling their goods and retraced their steps back. The most valuable goods were the lighter. Furthermore, if they wanted to sell them for a high price, they could only go to the Hu King's tent. Along the way, Fan Xian carefully paid attention to the Hu people's attitude toward his merchant group because this involved a very important matter in the future. He self-mockingly found that the gaze the Hu people used to look at the Central Plains merchants was still somewhat unfriendly and even contained a bone-deep hatred. The blood debt of thousands of years could not be washed away with gems and tea. However, the leaders of the tribes, the priests, and the nobles had a much better attitude toward the Central Plains merchants. Through Mu Feng Er's careful questioning, he learned from the mouths of the people in the old merchant groups that this change in attitude had only begun a year ago. It seemed that the Shi Hu King's tent finally understood the importance of trade and had given orders to the various tribes to strictly forbid them from harassing the merchant groups entering the grasslands. In some dangerous areas, they were even responsible for sending out the elites of the tribes to protect and escort these merchant groups. A year ago, there was a poor little tribe that could not resist the temptation of the Central Plains merchants. They secretly attacked and stole a lot of goods, angering the king's tent. He directly sent out soldiers to exterminate them, or rather, slaughter them. Not a single person from the small tribe survived. It was also this bloody example that made everyone on the grasslands understand the determination of the king's tent. It also ensured the safety of the Central Plains trading caravans. From then on, even though they still faced some hostile gazes on the grasslands, the Central Plains merchants no longer faced any dangerous swords or sabers. This was a long-term plan. Fan Xian secretly admired it. He knew that although the merchant groups were only selling some luxury goods, there was no life without trade. As long as the merchants on the grasslands were guaranteed to be unobstructed, who knew if the merchants of the Qing Kingdom, Dongyi, and Northern Xi would secretly disregard the Qing Kingdom's ban and secretly send daily and military supplies into the grasslands for the sake of profit. If this went on and the border was relaxed, the power of the Hu people would grow day by day. That day, the king's tent finally arrived. Looking at the crescent sea at the foot of the lonely mountain, the small desert beside the sea, and the large green grasslands, Fan Xian was slightly dazed by the beautiful scenery. The location of the king's tent was indeed different from other places. There was a different layout between heaven and earth. In particular, the green grasslands made Fan Xian feel strange. It was autumn, so why was the grass still green? On the side of the lonely mountain, countless cows and sheep were scattered across the wide grasslands. The young women of the Hu tribe were washing pots and utensils by the crescent sea, preparing to welcome the guests from the Central Plains. It was quiet. The sky here seemed to be much lower than in other places. It almost touched the ground of the grasslands. The autumn wind blew slightly and the grass bent low. It was very refreshing. Fan Xian dismounted and glanced at a normal Overwatch Council official behind him. He smiled and turned his head. Looking at the beautiful scene in front of him, he couldn't help but shake his head. After a while, the king would personally host a banquet to entertain these esteemed guests. The Western Lake man led the Central Plain merchants to a tent on the shore of the Crescent Sea and had them rest. After a while, the king would personally host a banquet to entertain these honored guests. This group of merchants was probably the largest group of merchants this autumn, so the king's tent was very attentive in entertaining them. However, Fan Xian still felt it was strange. The Western Hu people's attitude seemed to be overly good. Did that Songji Xianling really have such a deep influence on the king's tent? After eating some food, Fancian rubbed his stomach and walked out of the tent. Walking to the meadow by the crescent sea, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the surrounding scenery. His current identity was that of a merchant. Other than not being able to spy on the king's tent, the Western who did not forbid these Central Plains merchants from wandering around. No one on the grasslands knew him, so there was no need to worry about his safety. His mood also lightened. The sky is vast. The wilderness is boundless. He only had time to say these words before he was interrupted by a cry of praise from beside him. Fancian turned his head and saw a young man walking quickly to his side and hurriedly calling out good. Chapter 603. Fancian looked at the young man and smiled. However, the thoughts hidden deeply in his smile were not discovered by the young man. He had stood on the meadow for a long time and watched the young man walk out of the king's tent. He waited for the young man to gradually approach the meadow before he said those 6 words. He wanted to give the young man a chance to strike up a conversation because he knew that the young man who had walked out of the king's tent would want to speak with the merchants of the Central Plains. Striking up a conversation was one of Fancian's best skills. Back in the day, the northern Chi Saint girl Haidang had also lost to his skill of the tongue, much less this young man. Of course, the young man chuckled. Although it was only 6 words, the aura of the grasslands was immediately forced out by them. This was an excuse. It was an excuse that the young man, who had been lonely on the grasslands for a long time and urgently needed to chat with someone from the Central Plains to relieve his homesickness, had found. His long years of working as a special agent of the Overwatch Council allowed Fancian to quickly make a decision in such a short amount of time. The young man's appearance was clearly not that of a Who person, but he had walked out of the king's tent. He must have some connection to the person he was searching for, which was why he had acted. Someone from the Central Plains? Fancian looked at him suspiciously and asked, "I didn't see you in the merchant group. When I came back last time, there were some goods I didn't sell. The king treats us guests very well, so I stayed behind to see if there were any benefits." It was clear that this young man was not an expert liar. Fancian heard some problems in his tone. "This is my first time here." Fancian chuckled and pointed at the crescent sea and grasslands in front of him. "I didn't expect the scenery on the grasslands to be so enchanting. If you look at it for a long time, you'll get tired of it," the young man said with a pained smile. "Oh, I just got here today and haven't gotten tired of it yet." "How long have you been here?" Fancian asked curiously. "Everyone says that the Who people are barbaric. Aren't you afraid that they'll suddenly go crazy?" After his disguise, Fancian had a handsome and sincere face. Additionally, his relaxed tone and sincere attitude made it easy for him to gain the trust of others. His conversation with the young man continued very naturally. This young man's surname was Wei Wuqing, which was probably a fake name. According to him, he was also one of the businessmen who came to the prairie, but he was forced to stay in the prairie. He had been here for more than 3 months. However, Fancian already had a plan in his heart. He would not believe these excuses. If they were merchants, how could they so easily enter and exit the king's tent? To deal with the homesick young man with sincerity, he easily got some information out of him by using the treachery in his sincerity. The young man's attire and the worn Who leather boots revealed that he had spent a long time on the steppe. Through these conversations, Fancian obtained a lot of useful information. For example, there should be more than one young person from the Central Plain who had stayed in the Crescent Sea King's tent. There were at least 10 people who had stayed for a long time. There were also some slight changes in the king's tent these 2 years. In the end, this is the territory of the Who. After clearing out the goods, Brother Wei, you should return to the Central Plains. Fancian sincerely invited. If you come with us, your safety will be guaranteed. Wei Wuqing paused and didn't know how to respond. Looking at the young merchant's sincere expression, he felt a bit of guilt in his heart. He didn't understand why he had talked for so long with this seemingly normal young merchant. He could feel that this conversation was very comfortable. The other party was a person worthy of trust. If Wei Wuqing's deduction got out, the entire world would probably laugh their heads off. Was the Qing Kingdom's Fancian someone who could be trusted? All right, I'll go ask the elders in the tribe. Wei Wuching replied with a forced smile. Fanxian was not stupid enough to directly point this out. He rose from the meadow and patted his bottom. Brother Wei, see you tonight. At night, the Western Hu King's tent held a banquet to entertain the merchants from the Central Plain. If Wei Wuching was truly a merchant, then they would certainly meet at the banquet. Wei Wuching hesitated for a moment and then explained, "The banquet tonight is to entertain you. We probably won't come." Wei Wuching doesn't have an accent, but he is certainly not a merchant. Fanxian drank a mouthful of goat milk wine and furrowed his brows uncomfortably. He said to Mu Feng beside him, "Furthermore, he has been on the grasslands for at least a year. There are at least a dozen people with him who can enter and leave the king's tent at will." Mu Feng glanced at him and asked in a low voice, "Is it the person we're looking for?" "It should be." Fanxian seemed to have not expected his luck to be this good. He immediately shook his head. Wei Wuching is not a professional spy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a big mistake. I'm thinking, what exactly do these Central Plain people want to do by staying in Western Hu territory? Fanxian put down his bowl and looked at Mu Feng. Most importantly, the person called Songji Xianling has yet to appear. Regardless of how Wei Wuching and his group can help Western Hu, the reason the Western Hu King trusts them so much must be because of Songji Xianling. As you wish, I went to ask around, but I didn't directly say the name in fear of drawing attention, Mu Feng reported. However, during these 2 years, the chief of Western Hu has not taken a concubine. Other than his first wife, he hasn't even had a woman. Fanxian paused for a moment. From the beginning, he had thought that Songji Xianling was a woman. That was why Mu Feng had investigated from this angle. Hearing Mu Feng's report, Fanxian couldn't help but laugh at himself. If it really was her, how could she have become the chief's favored concubine? There's another problem, Mu Feng said seriously. I feel that Wei Wuching's appearance was too coincidental. So coincidental that it cannot be explained. His words cannot be completely trusted. What if it is a trap or a misdirection? My target has never been the Central Plain people in the king's tent, Fanxian said seriously. Wei Wuching's appearance may seem coincidental to you, but I don't think it's coincidental at all. He shook his head and said, "The grasslands and Central Plain are 2 completely different worlds. If you don't stay here for a year, you will not be able to understand those people's longing for home." Wei Wuching is still a young man. It is difficult to suppress his homesickness. Seeing us merchant from the Central Plain, he wanted to come and talk and hear what interesting things have happened in his homeland. Could homesickness really make people so uncomfortable? Mu Feng furrowed his brows. After he had been transferred from the first bureau to the Chinian unit, he had also been sent out on missions. He didn't think it would be that bad. Seeming to guess what Mu Feng was thinking, Fanxian said, "There will always be a day when the missions are finished. However, those people from the Central Plain or Northern Qi who enter and leave the king's tent, they may never be able to return to their homeland." After saying this, he sank into silence. The reason he understood Wei Wuching's thoughts so clearly was because Fanxian understood how much emotion a wanderer who found it difficult to return to his homeland and was stranded in a foreign land would have. It was just like him. After leaving that world filled with the smell of medicine, he could never return. Although he had never thought about it, it was still difficult to suppress his longing. Even if Wei Wuching is homesick and wants to talk to the merchants of the Central Plain, are the people in the king's tent not afraid that he will spill the beans? He is using the identity of a merchant. We are unable to go deep into the king's tent to see the proceedings of the Western Hu nobles. No one can prove anything. It was clear that Mu Feng was still worried about Wei Wuching and the commissioner's coincidental meeting. He furrowed his brows tightly and said, "I just find it strange. Since it is a casual chat, why didn't he go find the Xiong family merchants, or me? Why did he come find you?" Fanxian was silent for a moment. A cute smile rose to his face. He opened his mouth and said, "My meeting with Wei Wuching was not a coincidence. When he came out of the king's tent, I was already standing on the meadow and watching his every move." Mu Feng had also seen that scene clearly. He stood at the door of the tent by the crescent sea and watched the commissioner stand on the meadow and look down at the grassland and lake. "I am good-looking. Even if I am disguised, I am still good-looking," Fan Xian said with a smile. "Furthermore, I give people a feeling that they are willing to get close to me. When I stood on the meadow, the Hu women by Haizi's side were all looking at me passionately. Didn't you notice?" Mu Feng's expression changed. Such narcissistic words were not easy to respond to. However, he knew that what the commissioner said was the truth. Perhaps he could disguise himself as a normal merchant, but he was certainly the most attractive of the merchants. "I stood on the meadow to attract the attention of the young man hurrying out of the king's tent," Fan Xian said. "I wanted him to see me at a glance and then come find me. If it was me who seduced Wei Wuqing to come talk to me, it would not be far from the truth." Mu Feng helplessly spread out his hands and said, "So, it's a honey trap." The two of them chatted in the tent. In reality, they were waiting for the sun to shine down on the crescent sea and the arrival of the king's banquet. Before long, a Hu interpreter came forward to respectfully invite the guests. The merchants in the various tents all came out. They did not bring any goods, but looking at their chests, they should be carrying valuable gifts for the chief. Mu Feng also brought some. Fan Xian was not sure of the specific arrangements. He walked at the back of everyone and inconspicuously headed toward the king's tent. The largest tent at the foot of the mountain and the tall royal flag symbolized the noble status and great power of the person inside. Looking at this scene, Fan Xian couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in his heart. This was the Western Hu King's tent. Inside lived the master of the grasslands. The Qing army and the master of the grasslands had fought and chased for countless years, but they had never been able to find this royal flag. Because the Western Hu King's tent could move at any time, and its tracks were mysterious, regardless of whether it was the Qing emperor personally leading an army on a Western expedition or the repeated attacks of the Great Prince and the Yi family, they were unable to find it. They couldn't even get close. Fan Xian's footsteps moved slowly. He thought to himself that the king's tent, which tens of thousands of iron riders could not get close to, was right in front of him. This kind of attraction and temptation was incomparably great. However, he immediately calmed down. The Western Hu King's tent dared to make such a declaration in front of the world. It proved the other party's intentions and the changes the Central Plain people in the king's tent had brought. Only after entering the king's tent did he find that the tent was no longer like a tent. Rather, it was more like a palace with a unique style. The lofty roof was painted with strange patterns. A strange light appeared in the clouds and flowed with strange colors. It immediately gave Fan Xian a strange sense of familiarity. It was like he had seen it somewhere before. His status was the second manager of the leading merchant in Shazhou. Compared to the other major merchants, his status was much lower. He only followed Mu Feng and sat closest to the door. The master of the grasslands, the ruler of the Western Hu, sat in the main seat in the deepest part. It was dark inside the tent. It was impossible to see the chief's face clearly. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and tried his best not to draw attention as he stared in that direction. He could only vaguely make out that it was a middle-aged man in his 30s. Fan Xian found that his calmness was indeed necessary because there were 6 or 7 Hu aces by the Western Hu ruler's side looking down coldly. They were true aces. 3 or 4 of them were even more powerful than Hu Ge. Fan Xian lowered his head and quietly estimated that even if he performed to the best of his abilities, he could at most deal with 4 people. Furthermore, the king of the grasslands, whose face was hidden in the darkness, sat steadily and with the power of a wolf and tiger. It was impossible to tell how powerful he was. To want to capture the Tiger King in the tiger's den was not bravery. It was stupidity. Furthermore, Fan Xian did not have the awareness of being a suicide squad of the Qing army's Iron Riders. Thus, he lowered his head and nibbled on the leg of lamb. He was silent and listened. It was a pity that there was not much information to remember at the banquet. The mutton was not bad, and the Hu tribe's servant girls who poured the wine were filled with a healthy beauty. However, the praises of the merchants and the passionate toasts of the great lords on the left and right were truly annoying to listen to. The king of the grasslands was not as rough as Fan Xian had imagined. After more than 2 hours of banquet, the chief had only said 3 sentences. It was these 3 sentences that made Fan Xian feel a glimmer of coldness. Although his tone was polite, there was a sense of intimidation seeping through it. In the detailed intelligence reports of the Overwatch Council, there were not many records of the chief. For one, the king's tent had always been secretive. For another, due to the continuous attacks of the powerful Qin kingdom and the successive defeats of the Western Hu, the chief's control and influence of the court was far from what it used to be. The reputation of the left and right virtuous kings had gradually grown. When the father of the current chief died, there were even rumors of choosing one of the 2 virtuous kings to succeed him. Although the chief had inherited the court with great difficulty, the entire grasslands faintly regarded the 2 virtuous kings as the most powerful. The Qin kingdom's intelligence work had long turned toward the 2 virtuous kings' tents. They had somewhat overlooked the chief. No one would have thought that the young chief in his early 30s would be able to control the situation on the grasslands so well and begin to greatly weaken the power of the left and right virtuous kings. In particular, he stood his ground against the opinions of the masses and welcomed the man-tribe brother from the snowy plains in the north. He brought the tens of thousands of man elites into the personal guards of the court. His power immediately increased explosively. Furthermore, there were so many people from the central plain in the chief's tent. What exactly did he want to do? As Fan Xian drank, he wondered about the chief's thoughts in the darkness. The chief seemed to sense something strange. Furrowing his brows, he raised his head. His eyes revealed a hawk-like gaze as he swept his gaze across the banquet. He didn't discover anything. When his gaze landed on the door, Fan Xian was drunkenly peeking at the bulging chest of the Western Hu girl beside him. With a glimmer of caution and reluctance, he played the role of a merchant's attendant very well. It was still the same old saying. The Qing Emperor and Fan Xian were the 2 most powerful actors in the world. After the large banquet, countless merchants had been forced to drink by the Hu people. The oil lamps hung high in the tents, giving off wisps of black smoke. The chief and the left and right Gai kings had all gone to rest. Only the 2 masters and the good men of the Hu tribe remained, relentlessly grabbing the central plain merchants and forcing them to drink. Fan Xian and Mu Feng had long passed out from being drunk. They were carried back to their tents. It was a pity and rejoicing that the Western Hu people's actions were not as preposterous and shameless as the Central Plain people slandered them. At least, in the tents of these Central Plain merchants, there were no seductive Hu women as beautiful as wildflowers. After the lamp went out, Mu Feng sat up with great difficulty. Turning his head, he saw Fan Xian's bright eyes. The gaze was like a wolf's. Involuntarily, his heart froze. In the common house in Qingzhou, Mu Feng had also seen this kind of gaze. It was completely unlike the usual gentleness and coldness of an adult. He didn't know if it was the knife-like autumn wind on the grasslands that made some ruthlessness in Fan Xian's heart resurface. Fan Xian handed over a hangover pill and didn't say anything else. He walked out of the tent. Taking advantage of the cover of the night, he passed through the Hu people's camp and came to the foot of the lonely mountain behind the Crescent Sea. He tied up his clothes and climbed up the mountain. Just as he was about to climb to the top, he found a protruding rock. Sitting on the side of the rock, he took out a small tube from his clothes. Very seriously, he fiddled with it a few times. He then stretched out the small tube and brought it to his right eye. It was the newest telescope produced by the palace treasury. Fan Xian had personally designed it and was the first to use it. Chapter 604. I'm sick. The stomach ache is hard to stop. My body is weak and very uncomfortable. That's all for today. If I can't hold on tomorrow, I will ask everyone for leave. In the black night sky, the multitude of stars was so beautiful it made one's heart palpitate. The faint silver light shone on the crescent sea below the mountain and reflected countless blinking eyes. The grass by the lakeside was soft and the wind was light. It seemed to be talking quietly to people in their dreams. Countless tents spread out from all around the crescent sea toward the depths of the grasslands. Faintly, the lights of the lanterns reflected the stars in the sky. Most of the herdsmen's tents were dark and quiet, bathing in the starlight. Fan Xian's hand holding the cylinder froze slightly. He watched motionlessly at the movement near the king's tent by the crescent sea. It was not until a long time later that he put down the cylinder. Lowering his head and pulling in his knees, he sank deep into thought. The chief of Western who walked into the small tent and did not come out for a long time. There should be aces of the Hu tribe guarding in the darkness all around. However, the entire defense system was much looser than usual. Probably the chief did not want the aces of the court to be too close to the tent. Who lived in that small tent? Fan Xian pressed his dry lips together. His mood was slightly gloomy. Perhaps this discovery was a bit strange, even stranger than Wei Wuqing's coincidental encounter, but Fan Xian did not suspect anything. The Hu people would never imagine that someone could watch everything on the shore of the crescent sea from a high and distant mountain. This was not something humans could do. Science and technology were the first productive forces. Fan Xian's fingers gently rubbed the cylinder telescope, and he licked his lips. He did not leave. Instead, he waited quietly until the chief walked out of the tent. The 30-year-old chief of Western, who wore a thin cloak. He did not have his knife by his side. After he walked out of the tent, he turned his head and bowed slightly. Looking at his expression, it seemed he did not want to leave. A cold and mocking smile appeared at the corner of Fan Xian's lips. After a few days, the large merchant companies in the Central Plain began to haggle with the high officials and nobles of the Western who court about the goods they were bringing. In order to wait for the people rushing over from the two virtuous kings' tents, the time was delayed by 2 more days. The reason why the royal court was showing goodwill to these merchants was naturally to solve the problem of importing resources in the future. However, the autumn sale this time was also a luxury goods trade fair with a large amount of money. The nobles of Xi, who had the richest resources on the grasslands. No one knew how much gold and gemstones they had. They didn't even blink when they used them to buy the luxuries of the Central Plain. But even so, it took the merchants from the Central Plains 4 to 5 days to sell all their stock. During these 4 or 5 days, Mufeng represented the foremost merchant group in Shazhou and was also getting close to the Hu people and earning a little money. After Fan Xian performed his duties simply, he began to walk around the crescent sea. Perhaps it was to say that he was looking, or perhaps he was being looked at. It had to be said that given his true identity, such an action in the heart of the Western Hu court was an arrogant and even stupid action. His eyebrows had been pulled closer, and the tip of his eyebrows had been glued up a little. His skin color had changed slightly, but his handsome face remained the same. Thus, when he walked on the meadows and sand dunes near the crescent sea, he was always met with countless burning gazes. Although the women of the Hu tribe were not as open as the Central Plain people slandered them, their attitude toward relationships and beautiful men was much more passionate. If Fan Xian could show off the muscles hidden under his clothes, he believed that this kind of passion would be like a fire in autumn and directly swallow him up. However, he didn't want to develop a relationship with the Hu tribe that could never have an ending. He walked around the crescent sea and only chatted with Wei Wuqing. Of course, no one knew whether or not he had hidden the thought of attracting another person's attention in his subconscious. The conversation with Wei Wuqing went well. This young man from northern Xi had probably been on the grasslands for a long time. It was rare for him to meet someone as good to talk to as Fan Xian. Occasionally, he would come to talk to him. From their conversation over the past few days, Fan Xian gradually understood some things. However, in the last 2 days, perhaps Wei Wuqing had received some kind of warning. He was more careful with his words. At the same time, Fan Xian found that there were a few more pairs of attentive gazes around him. Fortunately, it did not cause too many problems. The main thoughts of the nobles in the king's tent were still on the merchants and the power they represented. Fan Xian, the pretty boy in the eyes of the Hu people, did not attract much attention. Every night, he would climb the precipitous and lonely mountain on time. Holding a pair of binoculars, he spied on everything by the crescent sea. Late at night, The chief did not leave his king's tent every night to go to the small tent, but the frequency was unusually high. Fan Xian had long investigated. The small tents behind the king's tent were where normal Hu tribe servant girls lived. It was not very strange. What was strange was why the chief wanted to go there. What was strange was that Fan Xian and Mu Feng found that it was very difficult to get close to the small tents. There were many people protecting the small tents in secret, cutting it off from the world by the Crescent Sea. After waiting for 4 consecutive nights, Fan Xian became more and more confident in his deductions. However, he couldn't help but think mockingly that the master of the grasslands seemed to be acting a bit too respectful. Chili Chuan. Under the Yin Mountain, the sky was like a dome. It covered the fields. The sky was vast. The fields were boundless. The wind blew the grass to reveal cattle and sheep. Does anyone know where Chili Chuan is? Does the Yin Mountain refer to the mountain behind Haizi? Many of the tents near the court had been withdrawn. The area around the Crescent Sea became empty and quiet. The herdsmen who lived in search of water and grass had their own places to go. Without the goods brought by the merchants from the Central Plains, the leaders of the various tribes led their people back home. To them, the attraction of the royal court was still far less than the goods of the Central Plains. In a quiet tent, Wei Wuqing, who had been a member of the Western Hu Court's palace treasury for a year, held a piece of paper in his hand and asked a companion beside him. These people had already been on the grasslands for a year. They helped the chief handle political affairs and gather intelligence. They had played an important role in the rise of the court. The Qing army's autumn hunt had already ended. The grasslands were preparing to welcome the arrival of winter. There were no major battles to prepare, so Wei Wuqing began to fall back on his old habits. Do you think you're still in Shangjing? Do you think you can still participate in the imperial examinations? One of his companions was clearly not in a good mood. He mockingly said, "When you have nothing to do all day, you just hold poems and songs and read them. Do you even know where you are?" Wei Wuqing was not angry. He chuckled and said, "This poem was given to me by a friend. It describes the scenery of the grasslands very well, so I memorized it. However, I don't understand 2 of the lines." These people carefully savored it and found that it was indeed the case. The words were simple, but they had a grand aura. It was not something a normal person could write. Just like this, the poem, "The sky is boundless and the fields is boundless," began to be remembered. It then spread to the Hu people around the court. It was then translated into the Hu language and sung by the Hu women as they waved their leather whips. It did not spread widely, but rumors were better than binoculars. They were born with wings and were even better than Yi Liuyun's lightness skills. A serving girl carrying a jug of goat milk heard it as she passed by the tent. She stood outside the tent and gently put down the earthen urn. She stared blankly for a while before wiping her milk-stained hands on her clothes. The chief also learned of this poem that night, but he did not pay much attention to it. There were too many things that a mighty ruler needed to consider, and he did not think that this poem could bring about any problems. He was only asked by someone to ask a few questions. When he found out that Wei Wuqing had heard it from the merchants, he did not care. The merchants of the Central Plains had already left the court for 3 days. Would he chase them back just for a small poem? Chief, he did not care much about this matter. So when he discovered that the servant girl carrying the goat milk urn had suddenly disappeared the next day, he flew into a rage. It was as if someone had dug out an extremely important treasure from his heart. Fortunately, the serving girl had left a letter and advised him not to be impatient. She would be back soon. Only then did the chief stop the idea of sending cavalry to chase after the merchants of the Central Plains. On the grasslands, the autumn grass grew long and covered the roads leading in all directions from the court. Of course, there were no roads on the grasslands to begin with. As the horses trod more, there were naturally roads. In the direction of Qingzhou, a day's journey from the court, there was a large expanse of flat plains. It was incomparably quiet. The autumn sun hung low and was filled with a sense of desolation. The woman dressed in serving girl clothing walked out from the long grass. She then saw the young man across from her. There was a smile on his face, but there was a deep sense of disappointment in his eyes. The young man looked at the woman he had not seen in 3 years. He looked at her face and her eyes that were still as clear as lake water. No, they were even clearer than the crescent sea. He looked at her hands that were stuck to her side and said, "You've tanned." Haitang Duo, who had disappeared for more than 2 years, had now become a common serving girl in the western court. She gazed at Fan Xian and didn't speak. No one knew what kind of words she was silently saying in her clear eyes. Chapter 605. That year in Hangzhou and Jiangnan, Yi Luyun had toppled a building with one strike of his sword. Not long after, Haidang had received the Northern Qi Empress Dowager's edict and floated back to the north. After that, Fan Xian and the two of them had never seen each other again. They only occasionally exchanged letters. However, the shocking change in the autumn of the 7th year of the Qin calendar severed the correspondence between the two of them. The Northern Qi saint girl, Master Ku He's true last disciple, and the present leader of Tianyi Dao had mysteriously disappeared from everyone's sight. Even the Northern Qi people didn't seem to know where she had gone. Fan Xian had had the 4th Bureau of the Overwatch Council and Baiwa brothel search all over the world for news of her, but they still came up empty-handed. She had disappeared so decisively and completely that it gave people the feeling that Haidang Duo had never existed in this world. Fan Xian knew that this woman had once existed and would certainly exist somewhere in the world. She was watching him and doing something because he had once held her hand and touched her heart. However, he had not thought that the missing Haidang Duo would appear on the grasslands to the west of the Qin kingdom. Furthermore, she had stayed on the grasslands for 2 years and changed her name to Songji Xianling. "Do you not have anything to explain to me?" Fan Xian looked in her eyes. His heart throbbed slightly. Slowly, he said, "For example, why you were here, the matter of the knife, and everything related to Su Bida." Su Bida, the name of the chief of Shihu, couldn't help but carry a strange sense of mockery when spoken from Fan Xian's lips. It was not strong, but it pierced the heart. Haidang immediately raised her head and gently combed a strand of hair at her forehead. "Since you have already come, presumably you have investigated everything clearly. Why ask me again?" Haidang was dressed as a Hu tribe serving girl with a leather hat on her head. She looked mischievous and cute, particularly with the strands of hair poking out from the brim of the hat, making her appear even more childish and beautiful. However, Fan Xian's tone remained icy. "Some things it is one thing for me to find out. It is another for you to tell me personally. My anger lies in being hidden from me and used by others. You know my personality." Haidang was slightly startled. She pulled her hands out of her clothes and placed them in front of her. Very seriously, she gave Fan Xian a half bow and said, "My apologies." Although it was only 2 words, it was filled with remorse. Fan Xian looked at her. His expression did not change in the slightest. He also did not open his mouth. He only waited for her to give him an explanation. "Let's take a walk." Haidang did not explain why she had come to the plains, nor did she explain why those blades had appeared in the hands of the Hu experts. She only very naturally suggested that the two of them take a walk on the vast plains. Fan Xian was silent for a moment and then said, "All right," parting the knee-high grass. The two of them left the path hidden in the grass and walked towards the depths of the uninhabited grassland. At this time, the autumn sun was hanging high in the sky. The little insects were agilely moving in the grass. It was quiet all around, but there was a greenish-yellow color in front of them, blankly looking towards the end of the sky. The man and woman had their hands in their clothes. They were like 2 little dots in the sky and earth, maintaining a steady speed as they advanced towards the end of the sky. If there was nothing else in this world, perhaps the two of them would be willing to walk like this forever and not talk about the problems that would tear at one's heart and liver, and not talk about stories that would gradually pull each other apart. However, there were blue skies and white clouds in the sky, and wretched autumn grass on the plains. The two of them walked between the vast heaven and earth. In the end, they belonged to the mortal world. Even the way they walked now was difficult to be as harmonious as it was in the past. Was this not a heart-shaking loss? It has been many years since the Taoist sects have infiltrated Shihu. However, it has never been of much use. It is always difficult for the Hu people to trust the strategists of the Central Plains. The autumn wind gently blew against Haitong's red face. She sighed gently and opened her hands, feeling the vast aura of the grasslands. In a quiet voice, she said, "She who has been beaten into a mess by the Qing army. If we want the Hu people to become a force that can stand against the Qing kingdom, even if it is a force that can slow you down slightly, it is still a very difficult matter." Fan Xian was silent and listened intently. Haitang walked slowly and looked at the sun hanging over the grasslands in the distance. Narrowing her eyes, she said, 2 years ago, before my teacher passed away, he gave me this mission. What mission? Help the chief unify the grasslands and establish a country. Haitang looked at him expressionlessly. As you know, although the Hu people are good at fighting, there are countless tribes that are only nominally controlled by the court. As a whole, they are like scattered sand. If they are unable to unify the grasslands and establish a true country, how can they slow down the Qing kingdom's pace of unifying the world? Fan Xian smiled coldly and said, "In order to stop the Qing kingdom, you are willing to allow a new grasslands kingdom to rise on the grasslands. Have you ever thought that if the Hu people truly become powerful, what will it bring to the world?" Without waiting for Haitang to speak, he stared in her eyes and said, "When we were in Hangzhou, you once reminded me that the Hu people are ambitious and cruel by nature. For thousands of years, they have always taken pleasure in killing. Unexpectedly, you now want to put on armor for this pack of wolves. Is the threat the Qing kingdom poses to you so great that Tianyi Dao has to give up on the principles of the way?" Facing his gaze, Haitang didn't show a hint of fear, saying slowly, "It's not possible to build a nation on the grassland in a short period of time. The plan of my late master will definitely take place 20 years later. I have to admit that I was stunned when my master returned to Green Mountain with severe injuries. I've never thought that your emperor would be so formidable." She smiled self-mockingly and said, "Since the Iron Riders of the Qing army have already become a foregone conclusion, how could the Qi kingdom be willing to become fish under the knife? Of course, I had to think of some way to slow down your steps." Fan Xian furrowed his brows and waved his hand, stopping her explanation. Straightforwardly, he asked, "This plan is indeed sinister and far-sighted. If the Grasslands Court can truly establish a true country, the Qing kingdom will probably never be able to sleep peacefully. Even if we take down northern Qi, we will always have to worry about the situation in the west. This will also give you some opportunities to take advantage of." "But," he faintly said, "although I have only seen Su Bida from afar, I know this chief's nature is like a hawk's. He is definitely not a normal person. Since Ku he chose him before he died, how could you make him trust your troops and follow your plan? You said earlier that Tianyi Dao's intention to infiltrate the Western Hu court is not something that has happened in a day or two. How can you do all this?" Fan Xian lowered his head to look at the small leather boots on Haitong's feet. "Northern Qi people have already begun to enter the Western Hu court to manage political affairs for Su Bida and make plans. Presumably, other than civil officials, there are also some military advisors who understand the Qing military situation. How did you convince the Hu people to accept these Northern Qi people?" "You're talking about Wei Wuqing and the others," Haitang replied lightly. "They're not all Northern Qi people," Haitang replied lightly. "There are also people from Dongyi and the Qing kingdom." Fan Xian looked at her with slight surprise. Haitang continued lightly, "These people are only capable people hired by the chief with a large sum of money. They don't know me or my position in the court. What I need to do is to convince the chief, a ruler with a heart as wide as the sea and sky, that he should be good at accepting all outside wisdom. To subdue the 4 seas, he needs to use the people of the 4 seas." Fan Xian's brows were furrowed tightly. Looking at her, he said, "But you still haven't explained why Su Bida, such an ambitious person, would listen to everything you say. You have to know that in the Hu people's tribes, women never have much of a place." Haitang smiled slightly. A glimmer of interest suddenly appeared on her plain face. Looking at Fanxian, she asked, "Do you think I'm using a honey trap?" Fanxian paused and didn't know how to respond. He had long discovered that the chief had entered Haitong's tent more than once at night. Furthermore, it was clear that the chief had some feelings for Haidang. Haidang smiled and looked into Fanxian's eyes. Sighing, she said, "I wasn't born as beautiful as you. Even if I wanted to use a honey trap, I don't have the capital." At this moment, a strange thing happened between the two of them. When Haidang sighed at Fanxian's appearance, her arms seemed to rise uncontrollably. Her fingertips trembled slightly and touched Fanxian's cheek. Sliding an inch across his face, the light touch of her fingertips against the skin was so bone-deep that it touched the deepest feelings in the bottom of their hearts. When the two of them realized that such a warm scene had occurred, they immediately froze. Fanxian's body was slightly stiff. With great difficulty, he raised his left hand and grasped the hand beside his face. Holding it, he would never let go. Being held by Fanxian's warm hand, Haitong's body was also slightly stiff. "I found that it is difficult for the two of us to walk as harmoniously as before." Fanxian held her hand and quietly said. "Perhaps the amplitude of the swing is not the same. If we hold hands, would it be better? But the steps are still not the same." Haitang had a serene and peaceful smile on her face, but her words carried boundless regret and disappointment. "I have to try." Fanxian didn't care what she was thinking. Holding her hand, he continued to walk deeper into the grasslands. There were only the two of them in the world. At least, in this moment, there was no need to say such unpleasant things. "Are you jealous?" Haidang half leaned on Fanxian's shoulder. Their hands were held tightly together. It was as if they were both afraid the other would suddenly let go. At this moment, they were sitting on a meadow. Below the meadow was a small lake. Across the lake was the gradually setting sun. The golden rays of the setting sun drew a golden line on the surface of the water. Occasionally, a few wild ducks flew across the surface of the water, squawking strangely. This scene was very familiar. It was as if they were still in Jiangnan, by the lake, and it was still the same two people. "Why would I be jealous?" Fanxian said with some dissatisfaction. Su Bida was able to suppress the left and right virtuous princes in a few short years. The power of the court is the most powerful on the grasslands. Although you helped, he is indeed powerful. "In the end, you are still jealous," Haitang said with a slight smile. Her face did not have the pride of a normal woman, nor was there a trace of uneasiness. It was as if she was only stating a fact. Without waiting for Fanxian to speak, Haidang leaned her head on his shoulder. This woman's shoulders had shouldered too many things since she was young. Although no one knew how old she was or where she was born, her identity as the saint girl of northern Qi and the successor of Tianidao forced her to shoulder all of this. She would also have a day when she was tired. She also hoped to unload the heavy burden on her shoulders and then lean on a shoulder she could rely on. At this time, I came from the grasslands in the north. My name is Songji Xianling. I am the lost princess of the Karna tribe. Haitang gazed in a daze at the setting sun across the lake and slowly said, "On the grasslands in the north, I helped many people and led the last group of tribes moving south to the grasslands of Shihu. The children of the tribes that came to the south earlier acknowledged my identity as the princess of the Karna tribe. Thus, the chief had to pay attention to me, at least at the beginning, to the power behind me." "Karna?" Fanxian turned his head and looked at her bright forehead. Faintly, he said, "To go around in such a big circle in order to not make Su Bida suspicious. He has truly put in a lot of effort." Although Haidang had said it simply, Fanxian knew that the northern man could not withstand the cold of heaven's might and were forced to move south. There were countless deaths and injuries along the way, but they still left tens of thousands of riders on the grasslands. For Haitang to be recognized as the leader by these northern tribes, she must have paid a very difficult price. The reason Chief Su Beta's court was able to sweep away the resistance on the grasslands in such a short time was largely because he had stood against the opinions of the masses and accepted his brothers from the northern grasslands. Thus, he had obtained the support of the tens of thousands of northern man-riders. Looking at it now, Haidang was probably part of this support. You are the northern Chi Saint girl. Suddenly, you have become the saint girl of the northern tribes. Are you not worried that your identity will be exposed? Fan Xian said quietly, I believe in your intelligence and ability. The chief will certainly not be able to do without your help, particularly after seeing some results. However, your identity will always be a major problem. Expose what identity? Haidang straightened her body and smiled slightly. Expose my identity as the successor of Tianyi Dao? Fan Xian thought it made sense. Even if Chief Su Beta knew Duodua's true identity, it would not have any effect on his choice. But what about the tens of thousands of riders from the northern tribes? That was the greatest source of Haitong's involvement in the matter of Shihu. If they found out that the princess of the Karna tribe was a fake, what would happen? Logically speaking, if Haitong's identity was exposed, the northern Qi people's plot would collapse. This should be something that Fan Xian and the Qing people would be most happy to see. For some reason, Fan Xian believed that Haidang would not make such a mistake. Perhaps the already dead Master Ku, he would not have not thought of this link that could easily go wrong. Thus, he listened quietly to Haitong's explanation. What do you know about Karna? In the past, the core tribe of the northern grasslands had already been wiped out by Commander Zhang Qingfeng a few decades ago. From then on, the northern tribes were a group of dragons without a leader. Additionally, Shang Shanhu was guarding the northern gate, so they could not cause any more major trouble. Haidang looked calmly into his eyes and said, What did you like to ask me the most in the past? Fan Xian's brows were furrowed tightly. He didn't know what connection these two questions had, but it was an important matter. He thought about it seriously. A moment later, he hesitantly said, I'd like to ask you how old you really are. He smiled and explained, Although I don't mind older women falling in love with younger men, I was afraid that you would be 40 or 50 years old and rely on your youthful skills to deceive a pitiful person like me. An old cow eating young grass. How innocent is the young grass. A slight blush appeared on Haitong's face, but it disappeared in a flash. Shortly after, she smiled and said, I still haven't answered you because I don't know how old I am. Fan Xian was silent. He knew that Haidang was an orphan girl who had been carefully cared for by Master Ku He from a young age. I'm 19 this year. Haidang suddenly stared seriously into his eyes and said, My mother was a princess who escaped from the Karna court. Fan Xian didn't hear these words clearly. He thought to himself, 19? Then, when he gave her the aphrodisiac by the North Sea, she was only 14. Was he teasing a lowly or poisoning a youth? This girl was indeed younger than him. Wait, princess? Mother? The Karna court? He abruptly stood up and looked at Haidang in disbelief. Haidang was sitting hugging her knees and watching the ducks dancing on the lake with a peaceful expression. It was as if she didn't realize what a shocking secret she had just told Fan Xian. You are really the princess of the Karna tribe, Fan Xian said in a trembling voice. When it came to everything on the grasslands, he had calculated clearly. He had laid out all the countermeasures to the plot coup he had left behind. Even exposing Haitong's identity at the right time was part of his plan. He had not thought that Haitong's ability to influence the chief and secretly help the grasslands court build a country was not based on a fake identity. She was a princess. Haitang hugged her knees and placed her head gently on them. Looking at the pool of water and golden light in front of her, confusion appeared in her eyes. In a quiet voice, she said, You are indeed calmer than me. 2 years ago, when I heard about my past from my teacher, my reaction was much greater than yours. Chapter 606. Fan Xian looked at her and couldn't say a single word. He finally gradually understood a principle of the world. Perhaps everything was predestined and predestined. Duodua's background appeared strange. Thinking about it closely, it was nothing more than Master Ku He's occasional thought decades ago. However, this thought had floated into the future, landed in front of him, and landed on the grasslands in front of him. There was no need to consider how Haidang was able to make the people of the northern tribes believe her identity as a princess. There was no need to consider how she had done all of this 2 years ago. Since Ku He had thrown out this variable before his death, he had long made preparations. Ku He had deceived his brother and left behind a bloodline of the Ka-Erna court. How could he not have left behind some sort of keepsake or something similar? More importantly, your parents? Fan Xian asked quietly as he looked at Haitang's rarely seen dazed face. Haitang hugged her knees and didn't move. She felt this man's affection in her heart. He didn't ask about the grasslands and didn't press her. Instead, he immediately thought of the thing she cared about the most. They passed away when I was very young. The girl's face under the hat appeared somewhat lonely. Fan Xian didn't continue asking this question. As for Haitang's parents, how the last of the Ka-Erna nobles left this world, and whether or not it was Ku He's doing, it was no longer important. Presumably, Haidang also didn't want to connect her teacher to that kind of character. However, she must have some guesses in her heart. Teacher said these words to me before he died, and let me choose for myself what I should do. Haidang looked at the ducks on the surface of the lake. Her brows gradually furrowed together. For some reason, the ducks no longer splashed in the dusk. Instead, they timidly hid in the few water plants by the side of the lake. Your choice was to listen to his suggestion and return to the tribe. Then, you came to the grasslands. Fan Xian lowered his head and thought. Songji was the Ka-Erna's surname. However, this tribe had been wiped out by Commander Zhang Qingfeng decades ago, so no one in the world would think that the name Songji Xianling had anything to do with the Hu people. A glimmer of pity flashed through his eyes. Looking at Haidang, he said, "If you want to take revenge for your mother's tribe, you should take revenge on Northern Qi. Why target the Qing kingdom? Revenge? I rarely think about things that happened decades ago." Haidang combed the strands of hair poking out from under the brim of her hat and glanced at Fan Xian. In a quiet voice, she said, "Just like you, we all know that things like hatred often can't be washed clean. I just want to see how the people who share the same roots as me live. And Ji, the who are actually also people. They also have the right to live." Who knows how many people have died along the way during this long journey to the south? Don't tell me the women and children in the tribe don't have a right to live. As for the great Qi kingdom, she lowered her head and laughed self-mockingly. Although Master revealed my past, he gave me the Tiani Dao. I am still the holy maiden of the great Qi kingdom. If I really wanted to bring disaster to the great Qi kingdom, why would I need to come to the grasslands? I just want the people in these tribes to have a stable country to live in. Haidang stared into Fan Xian's eyes. Thus, I want to help Su Bida unify the grasslands and the endless internal strife and bring peace to the grasslands. Peace. Fan Xian's voice immediately became cold. The unification and peace of the grasslands will certainly lead to an all-out war with the Qing kingdom. Is this the future you hope for? I will keep Su Bida in check. Haidang lowered her head. Childish, Fan Xian said quietly. The taste in his words was very similar to the mockery Li Hongchang had used to berate him in Dingzhou. The ambition of a ruler is never something you and I can keep in check. Then, what do you think I should do? Should I just watch as the Qing army invades West day by day and one day take over the entire grasslands and slaughter all the people of the Hu tribe? Haidang furrowed her brows. Everyone has the right to live. Do you still think there's a difference in value between the lives of the Hu people and those of the Central Plain? Of course there is a difference. The lives of those close to me are precious. Fan Xian did not back down. You only think about how the Hu people will survive. Have you ever thought about the soldiers and people the Qing kingdom has stationed on Shiliang Road? Traveling west, I don't know how many houses have been burned or how many women and children have been killed. If this is the peace you want, then I will destroy all of this. Fan Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Haitang's face. This is a hatred formed over 1,000 years. Our generation has no way of erasing it. You stand in the position of the court of the grasslands and hope the Qing kingdom will back down. I stand in the position of the Qing kingdom and hope the grasslands will continue to be chaotic. Haitang rose and raised her head slightly to look at Fan Xian. You've already been on the grasslands for a dozen days. Presumably, you have investigated some things. Why haven't you gone back? What are you waiting for me here for? I want to confirm your role. Fan Xian's face was slightly pale. Perhaps you haven't even thought about it, but you actually still see yourself as a Northern Qi citizen and have never seen yourself as the Princess of Karna. In the name of finding a place to live for the grasslands, it is actually for the safety of Northern Qi's rear and to help Northern Qi slow down my emperor's footsteps. Without waiting for Haitang to speak, Fan Xian raised his brows and stopped her from speaking. This is a subconscious action. Speaking of this, I have to admire Master Ku He. He looked at Haitang with pity. You're a saint girl. You're the most outstanding figure after Ku He and Tianyi Dao. However, your entire life seems to be the same as mine. You have been controlled by a lofty figure. Every step you make is within his calculations. Regardless of whether it is actively or passively, Ku He is using you to protect his Qi dynasty. Ku He had raised Haitang for nearly 20 years and understood his female disciple too well. He had long calculated clearly what Haitang's decision would be after she learned of her past. He knew that no matter how Haitang chose her path, it would follow his plans and give the Qing kingdom a painful blow. Haitang's expression became more and more desolate. These 2 years of assisting Chief Su Bida on the grasslands had truly used up too much of her energy. Now, by the lakeside, Fan Xian had directly exposed the thoughts hidden under her leather robe. It was only now that she discovered the sliver of thoughts she herself had been avoiding. None of us are saints. It is impossible for us to view the people of the world as equals. If you say I am sinister, then you are also selfish, Fan Xian said with a slight smile. Fan Xian smiled slightly mockingly and said, You use the lives of the West-bearded people to delay the Iron Riders of the Qing kingdom. It is to Northern Qi's advantage, but have you ever thought, do these people of the grasslands really need a powerful court and need to march east? Ku He is truly powerful. Fan Xian closed his eyes and slowly said. Fan Xian closed his eyes and slowly said, Although he lost to the emperor in the end, even though he died, he brought the Qing kingdom a great deal of trouble. It has to be said that the 2 brothers of the Zhan family are truly the best in the world. The Qing emperor had fought south and north all his life and rarely lost. The only time he had lost completely was at the hands of the Wei kingdom's commander, Zhan Qingfeng. Unexpectedly, decades after Zhan Qingfeng's death, before Ku He died, he had buried another landmine to the west of the Qing kingdom. You know, I'm not that kind of person. Haitang did not get angry. She stood quietly by Fan Xian's side and said, However, among the many choices, I chose the best path for the grasslands in Qi. Fan Xian knew that Haitang was not that kind of person. He was purposely trying to anger her. His gaze gradually grew cold. What about me? Haitang turned her head to glance at him and said, You said earlier that we are not saints. It is impossible for us to consider the people of the world as equals. Presently, is the Qing kingdom pointing its sword at the world. Northern Qi and Dongyi are both swaying in the wind and rain. If you expect me to consider the Qing kingdom's interests, is that not absurd? Absurd? Fan Xian stared into Haitang's eyes as if he wanted to see into the depths of her heart. Faintly, he said, A few years ago in a restaurant in Shangjing, as the commissioner of the Qing Kingdom's Overwatch Council, I made that agreement with you. Is that not absurd? He smiled self-mockingly. That's right. I was a Qing noble, yet I had to raise my face to let you slap it. The Iron Riders of the Qing Kingdom were about to trample the world, yet I had to make an agreement with the saint girl of a foreign country. Peace? Goddamn peace. Is indeed absurd. My existence in this world has always been an absurd thing. Farming, drinking, and chatting had set the world for 20 years. Thinking back to when the 2 of them had walked arm in arm in Shangjing, drunk together in a building, and chatted together under the melon trellis in the garden, in a place no one knew about. The two most outstanding young people in northern Qi and the Qing kingdom had set a goal that was childish in the eyes of the common people, but particularly beautiful in their eyes. No war under heaven. Because of the two people who participated in this agreement, such a childish agreement seemed to be within reach and could become a reality at any time. This was because these two young people had great influence in their respective countries. If the situation did not change, the old people would gradually leave, and the future of the country would be in the hands of these two young people. A number of years had passed in the blink of an eye. The situation in the world had changed drastically because of the explosion of the Dong Mountain incident. The world was changing, and people were also changing. It had not even been 20 years, yet it seemed that Fan Xian and Haidang could no longer farm, drink, and chat. I can't accept this. Fan Xian's face was pale, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter. I've already left Danzhou for 5 years. During these 5 years, no one knows what I want to do. Only you know how much danger I've taken for this agreement, how much I've suffered, and how much I've helped Northern Qi. He stared into Haitong's eyes and said in a raspy voice, "You know all of this very well." I did not hesitate to take the risk of being accused of being a traitor 1,000 years later. Why? And you ran off without a sound, came to the grasslands, and began to stab me in the back. I can't accept this. Fan Xian's eyes gradually grew cold. Haiding looked at Fan Xian's face and listened to his faint words. For some reason, it was like her heart had been stabbed with a knife and began to ache. It was so painful that her face turned white. I had not thought that this matter would implicate you. Haitang stared at him in a daze. She felt that the pain of the man in front of her seemed to have landed on her body. I also don't know where those knives came from. After learning of this matter, I made a trip to Qingzhou. However, one of them was stolen by someone. Although Fan Xian had long guessed that it was Haitong's doing to have a 9th-level ace sneak into Qingzhou to help him destroy the evidence, hearing her personally admit it now made his mood slightly better. However, his expression was still very ugly. You're still hiding it from me. The appearance of these knives has always been a strange matter. He grabbed the front of Haitong's clothes and gritted his teeth. Your contact with the little emperor of Northern Qi has never been broken. This time, it is clear that he is tricking me. What else do you want to hide for him? Haidang placed her hand on his. She didn't use any force. Looking into his eyes with pity and guilt, she said, I truly don't know about this matter. I also don't know what problems have occurred in Shanjing. Why would the emperor do such a stupid thing? It was indeed stupid. In the Qing kingdom, Northern Qi's greatest support was Fan Xian. Although after the Dong Mountain incident, Fan Xian had gradually severed his relationship with Northern Qi. If the Northern Qi emperor truly wanted to have a future, it would be difficult without Fan Xian's help. Fan Xian knew very well what the little emperor of Northern Qi was thinking. He moved closer to Haitong's slightly red face and said quietly into her ear, "Not stupid at all. He wants to force me to rebel? Impossible. 2 years ago in Jingdou, he wanted to use the eldest princess's hand to kill me and help the emperor ascend. I haven't settled this debt with him yet. How could I rebel?" There was a glimmer of mockery in his words, but Haitong's heart grew cold. This was the first time she knew that there was a shadow of Northern Qi in the rebellion in Jingdou 2 years ago. Thinking of it this way, the context of this matter became clear. The Northern Qi emperor knew that Fan Xian was a very vengeful person. He didn't continue to place his hopes on him. Additionally, Haidang had been on the grasslands for 2 years and was unable to act as a bridge between the Northern Qi emperor and Fan Xian. The two sides gradually drifted apart. For the sake of Northern Qi's safety, the Northern Qi emperor would certainly choose to destroy the relationship between Fan Xian and the Qing emperor. The emperor had no other choice. The posture between Haidang and Fan Xian was very warm, but the words the two of them spoke were shocking. Faintly, she said, "These 2 years, you've helped the Qing emperor organize his governance, govern the people, and manage the palace treasury. A great battle is about to break out at any moment. How could he trust you? I don't care if he trusts me or not. Right now, I don't even need your trust." Fan Xian shook his head and rubbed his cheek against Haitang's slightly cold face. He took a deep breath and said, "Take a message to the Northern Qi Emperor. Tell him that I, Fan Xian, will repay him with a lesson he will never forget for the 2 gifts he has given me." Haitang's body trembled. She looked at Fan Xian in surprise, not knowing what he would do. In this world, other than a great grandmaster, probably only Fan Xian would dare to be so arrogant as to say that he would teach the ruler of a country a lesson. "Don't forget, you are a person of the Qing kingdom. You are the son of the Qing emperor," Haitang sighed. Haitang sighed and said, "Who would believe that you would consider problems from the standpoint of Northern Qi or Dongyi? It is normal for the emperor not to believe you. I consider problems from a standpoint of the Qing kingdom. I also don't want the people of the Qing kingdom to sink into the endless blood and fire of war. You will certainly not tell me exactly what you have set up on the grasslands." Haitang's hands passed naturally under Fan Xian's armpits. "But I will do my best to stop you. Other than my emperor, no one in this world can stop me. Not even you." Fan Xian took off her hat and stroked her hair. Fan Xian held Haitang tightly, but his gaze gradually calmed. Holding her in his arms, he looked at the sky with narrowed eyes. An eagle was flying in the dusk. The ducks in the lake were frightened by this eagle and hid among the water plants. Haitang had actually also noticed the eagle and knew why Fan Xian was holding her like this. She sighed in her heart and knew that she and the emperor had truly let down the young man holding her. Complicated emotions rose in her mind, so she didn't point out Fan Xian's thoughts. "Stay with me for 3 days," Fan Xian said by her ear. On the grasslands about 10 li away from the lake, hundreds of Western Hu riders were surrounding and protecting their king, the master of this grasslands. Chief Su Bida looked coldly into the distance, looking at the traces of eagles streaking through the air. Songji Xianling had left. The chief was worried that she would never come back, so he had brought the riders to follow. For some reason, the chief had this worry in his heart. It was as if someone was about to take away the most important woman in his life. This woman was not beautiful. She could not compare at all to the beauties contributed by the tribes. However, the chief saw her as more important than anyone else. This woman had brought him the loyalty of tens of thousands of riders, strategies to govern a country he had never thought of, and a new atmosphere on the grasslands. Most importantly, this woman had brought the chief peace, a rare peace. Each time he was with this Karna princess, Chief Su Bida felt it was the happiest moment of his life. Even if they were just sitting face to face and looking at each other, he was still incomparably happy. He knew she was the Northern Qi Saint girl, the last disciple of the great Grandmaster Ku He, and a traveler of the mysterious longevity heaven. He also knew that Songji Xianling was a Hu person and of the same race as him. If, in the future, he could sweep through the world and invade the grasslands, with her sitting by the side of the horse, the world would certainly be much more beautiful. The eagle gradually descended. Chief Su Bida's eyes narrowed. Like an eagle's, they flashed with an intimidating light. The girl had gone after a man. Who was that man? The eagle could not report to the chief that the man was abominably taking advantage of his treasure, so the chief could still maintain his current calm. In other words, Fan Xian's deliberate actions did not have the effect he had imagined. Charge over and kill him. The great Donghu looked at the chief's stormy expression and said in a loud voice, "Kill him." Su Bida did not reply. When Songji Xianling left, she had said she would come back, so she would certainly come back. He respected this woman with a strange background. Although he did not mind using a sword to announce his power, he did not want to use this method to win a woman's heart. Follow them. Don't disturb them. Chief Su Bida closed his eyes and spoke gently, but his words concealed a heart-palpitating coldness. There were many aces in the court by the chief's side. If these hundreds of riders charged over, no matter how powerful Fan Xian was, it would be difficult for him to escape death on this boundless grasslands. He was curious as to who could move Songji Xianling so much. Was it the Qing Kingdom pretty boy from a few years ago? The master of the grassland's grip on the reins grew tighter and tighter, but his expression remained calm. He was destined to become the master of the world. He would not lose his composure because of a powerful official in the Qin kingdom. However, he would not allow the young man to come to the grasslands and return alive. The eagle sent a message. The Western Hu riders near the court began to gather. As soon as Songji, Xianling, and the young man separated, they would begin to attack. They followed for 3 days. During these 3 days, Fan Xian and Haidang wandered on the grasslands. They bought 2 good horses in a tribe and galloped to their heart's content. They then went to the ocean to catch 2 nets of small silver fish to roast and eat. On the last night, they stopped at a relatively large tribe. Surrounding a fire, they ate beef and mutton with the Hu people and drank Shadatsi wine. Haidang knew what these 3 days meant. After 3 days, perhaps the 2 of them would tear apart this complicated relationship and become irreconcilable enemies. Thus, these 3 days had to be treasured. Fan Xian also knew what these 3 days meant. Haitang's identity as a princess had not resounded through the grasslands, but she could take him to move about as she pleased on the grasslands. She wanted to use this fresh reality to tell him that the Hu people and the people of the Central Plain could coexist peacefully, and that the Hu people were not naturally savage and bloodthirsty. Because of her guilt, Haitang stayed with Fan Xian for 3 days and didn't ask anything else. She had no idea of Fan Xian's true goal. The light from the fire shone on their faces. Their faces were bright red, just like 2 playful children in the winter. Haidang handed 2 items to Fan Xian and said, "These are for your child." Fan Xian accepted them and found that it was a string of ruby beads and a small knife that the Hu children liked to play with. It was very cute. The beads are for Xiaohua and the knife is for Liangzi. He raised his brows. Xiaohua will probably like it. Liangzi is still young. I'm afraid he won't like it. However, thank you for your thoughtfulness. Teacher once said that it would be difficult for Lady Fan's body to have children. Now that Fan Liang has been born, it can be said that one of her wishes has been fulfilled. Haidang smiled faintly. Presumably, you've put in a lot of effort. 3 months ago, Lin Wanner, who had been pregnant for 10 months, finally gave birth to a son. Before the palace randomly bestowed names, Fan Xian had hurriedly given the name Fan Liang and added it to the family tree. This matter angered the Qing emperor greatly. Fortunately, Fan Xian had left the emperor the right to choose a name. Only then did he manage to bluff this matter over. Hearing Haitang's words, Fan Xian smiled bitterly. During these 2 years, other than helping the emperor deal with national affairs, most of his energy had been focused on treating Wanner's illness. In order to have children, Wanner had paid a great price. In order to develop the medicine, he had also suffered greatly. Fortunately, the path that teacher Fei Jia had set in advance was right. Only then did he successfully get Wanner pregnant. Why was he named Fan Liang? Haitang asked curiously. She knew that after tonight, it would probably be difficult for her to see this young man again. Thus, she asked endlessly. She wanted to know how he had lived these 2 years and what the people by his side were like. An idle wife is a good mother, Fan Xian smiled slightly. Isn't it interesting? The people in the tribe gradually fell asleep. Only Fan Xian and Haidang remained by the fire. Both of them seemed to have sensed something. Neither of them felt sleepy. They quietly waited for the arrival of dawn. It's almost dawn. Haidang leaned against Fan Xian's shoulder and spoke faintly. This woman had reached the time of parting and finally revealed the emotions a girl should have. Fan Xian was silent for a moment. He then suddenly said, "After daybreak, once you leave, that passionate chief will tear me to pieces." After 3 days, given their cultivation, they knew that not far behind them, the master of the grasslands was forcefully suppressing his anger and waiting to give Fan Xian the fatal blow. Haitang closed her eyes and said lazily, "Don't worry about these things. I'll take care of it. I'm a man. I'm not used to letting women handle things." Fan Xian smiled. The firelight shone on his smile. It appeared particularly friendly and confident. "You are very strong, and so is the chief. But I will prove that I am stronger than you." Haidang sat up straight and looked at him quietly, not knowing what he wanted to say. Fan Xian looked at her calmly and said, I have never liked the stories of lovers separated by their tribes in novels. Duo, you plotted on the grasslands for 2 years, and I prepared for 4 months. I will completely defeat you and sever all of the thoughts Ku he left behind. I like the peace and happiness on the grasslands. For the peace and happiness of the Qing people, for my peace and happiness, and for the chief's unhappiness and happiness, I must destroy all of this. I kept you for 3 days because I want to keep you for a lifetime. The young man from the Qing kingdom stood up and looked at the dark grasslands before dawn. Chapter 607. Before dawn, it was all darkness. The fire crackled. Occasionally, a few sparks would leap out and draw out a fleeting red mark in the air. These red marks were reflected in Haitong's eyes and appeared particularly strange. She stood up and looked at Fan Xian. Quietly, she said, What exactly do you want to do? Or rather, what exactly had Fan Xian done in these 3 days? I haven't done anything. Fan Xian's back was to her. His back appeared particularly straight. I only want to keep you for 3 days. Haitong's pupils constricted slightly. She had been tricked by Fan Xian into coming out for 3 days. The aces in the court had followed Chief Su Bida and followed them for 3 days. Indeed, Fan Xian didn't need to do anything personally, but something must have gone wrong in the court. This woman was someone who could take things up and let them go. She glanced at Fan Xian calmly, and then turned to walk toward the back of the tribe. Her footsteps were not very urgent, but her speed was very fast. Like a sprite on the grasslands, she flew 30 feet in a flash. It's too late for you to go back. Fan Xian turned around and looked at her calmly. You and the Northern Qi Emperor tricked me once and tricked me a few times. The Central Plain people in the court are all Northern Qi people, yet you are still tricking me. These people working in the court are dangerous people for the Qing kingdom. I have to get rid of them. Haitang stopped walking. She knew what Fan Xian said was true. If something strange had happened in the court during these 3 days, even if she rushed back now, it would be too late. The Crescent Sea is heavily guarded. Since you didn't act personally, who did it? Without waiting for Fan Xian's reply, a dark and cold image seeped into her heart. She had not forgotten that the Overwatch Council had the best assassin in the world. The chief was not in the court, and all the aces were out. If that assassin acted, who could stop him? The shadow of the Overwatch Council would never miss an attack. Regardless of whether Haidang or the chief were able to stay in the court, they probably would not give the shadow any chance to act. Thinking of this, Haitang finally understood why Fan Xian had revealed himself to lure her to find him and lure the chief to follow the two of them. Your heart is indeed becoming harder and harder. She turned around and looked at Fan Xian. She was not angry, only lonely. Is there anyone in this world that you're not willing to use? Fan Xian had used Haitang, but he did not feel any remorse in his heart. The two of them were already enemies. I'm not a heartless person. He then shook his arms and leapt toward her. The tyrannical Jinshi in his body bloomed to its limit in an instant, shaking the night sky and grasslands into chaos. Like a tornado, it swept forward. Haitong's eyes lit up as she watched the godlike man approach her. She reached out from her thin leather robe and drew a semicircle beside her, stabilizing the flow of air around her in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. A moment ago, there was endless affection and sorrow at parting. In the next moment, a storm suddenly rose. Fan Xian was like a god of death under the moonlit night. Carrying the grass and sparks around him, he struck out with a fist that was like thunder. Haidang Duodua's figure flashed and disappeared in front of this storm. In the next moment, she appeared in front of Fan Xian in the eye of the storm. Using her fingers as a sword, she stabbed out at an angle. It was as if she wanted to knock down the moon in the sky. The Crescent Sea reflected the moon in the sky. It was beautiful, clear, and serene. The people around the sea were sleeping deeply. Only the serving girls who had woken up early began to walk into the sea to prepare to fill the water for the nobles to wash. A serving girl looked at the hunched mute servant and smiled. She took out a piece of cake from her clothes and handed it over. This mute servant had been picked up from the grasslands by the Donghu family 4 months ago. His body was a bit handicapped, but he had great strength. Using him to do rough work was the most convenient. However, because he could not speak and was a slave, he was often bullied by the young nobles around the court. He looked very pitiful. If it weren't for these kind girls helping him out daily, this mute servant probably wouldn't have lived for more than a few days. The mute servant accepted the cake the Hu girls handed him and smiled ingratiatingly. His throat made a croaking sound as if he wanted to express his thanks. The Hu girls giggled and almost broke the piece of the crescent sea before dawn. The mute servant walked toward the meadow behind the crescent sea. Every day at dawn, he would go pick up sheep dung. The people in the court had long become used to this sight. Today, this mute servant walked through the meadow in the dense sheep dung. His body remained hunched, and he didn't even glance at the sheep dung. Usually, he would be happy to run into so much sheep dung. Today, he would not be happy because he no longer had to pick up sheep dung. Walking to a patch of long grass, the mute servant slowly took out an iron drill from his bosom and stabbed it into the soil. With a shake of his right palm, the iron drill that was stained with blood was shaken several feet into the soil with a poochie sound. Not a single trace of it could be found. The mute servant pressed his dry lips together and closed his eyes to think back to the process of his actions. After confirming he had not missed anything, he once again raised his feet. His body was still hunched as he slowly walked into the depths of the grasslands. No one knew how long it would take before he could walk back to the central plain. The surroundings of the crescent sea were calm. No one noticed that a mute servant had left the place he had lived in for 4 months. The security around the king's tent appeared tight, but in reality, it appeared lifeless, particularly the people from the central plain who the chief placed great importance on. The important figures responsible for communicating with Qingzhou and Dingzhou lived in tents that were particularly deathly silent. Wei Wuqing's body was weak. He couldn't speak at all. He couldn't even move a finger. However, his teeth chattered endlessly and made a rattling sound. He looked at the dead people around him and felt a chill rise from the depths of his heart. He was responsible for the court's accounts and trade. He knew that the colleagues around him were all powerful figures from the Qi kingdom. If these people hadn't helped the chief, the power on the grasslands would not have been able to fight the Iron Riders of the Qing kingdom in the past year or so and reap so many benefits from it. However, these people had all died. Only he had survived. He thought of the scene earlier. Terror rose in his heart. It made him want to scream, but he couldn't make a sound. The shadow, the god of death, had controlled him like a ghost and then easily and slowly massacred everyone in the tent. No one made a sound or had any reaction. Wei Wuqing didn't know who that person was or why he hadn't killed him. Chatting could preserve his life. This was a benefit no one could think of. He only sank in an endless terror. His pupils constricted nervously. He felt that this patch of darkness would never be able to turn into light. One finger picked up the moon. The fingertip was slender and ordinary, but it seemed to contain the brilliance of heaven and earth. In an instant, it broke through the wind and intent and lifted toward Fan Xian's throat. His fist had already struck empty air. It brushed past Haitong's right shoulder and crashed into grasslands, sending up a large cloud of dirt and grass. Borrowing the power of heaven and earth to do things naturally, no school was more powerful than Tianyi Dao. The shadow of the moon gradually disappeared. The view on the grasslands was blurry. With Haitong's sliding step and attack, it was as if she could sense every wisp of wind and every grain of grass on the grasslands. She moved gracefully toward Fan Xian. Fan Xian had learned the heart of Tianyi Dao from this girl's family. When it came to the cultivation of borrowing power, he was far from Haitong's match. His eyes narrowed. With a flick of his left finger, a small knife spun 2 rounds on his fingertip. It left the sheath. A cold light flashed. A beheading moon chopped towards the fingertip a few inches away from his throat. Given their cultivation realms, regardless of whether it was a finger or a movement, as long as it touched the other person's body and Jinqi entered through the bridge, it would heavily injure the other person. Thus, Fan Xian had to stop the finger that was too light to the point of being unable to catch a trace. In order to hide his identity, he did not have a sleeve crossbow on him. There was no black dagger in his boots. Where did this knife come from? The small knife light was about to chop Haitong's finger. In this moment, everything seemed to slow down. The little knife could be seen clearly. It was the gift Haidang had given to the young master of Fan Xian's family earlier. Haitong's eyes grew brighter and brighter. This brightness carried an indescribable feeling. Her finger did not pull back and did not respond at all. It continued to point toward Fan Xian's throat as if she did not see the knife. Fan Xian sighed in his heart. His left hand relaxed slightly, and the knife light immediately retracted. Unexpectedly, he did not care about Haitong's finger pointing toward his throat. Instead, he slammed it down toward Haitong's chest. Fan Xian pulled back his knife. Haitang pulled back her finger. Fan Xian brought down his palm, and Haitang returned to protect. These were 4 simple movements, but they had to be done so cleanly and without any hesitation. In this world, probably only when these 2 young people faced each other could there be such a miraculous scene. In the end, Fan Xian had the first move. His palm had already landed on Haitong's chest. Haitong's eyes grew brighter and brighter. She did not pay any attention to this palm. Instead, her fingers spread out gently like the autumn grass floating in the night wind on the grasslands. Strand by strand, they wrapped around Fan Xian's arm and restrained his right arm. In a flash, Fan Xian and Haitang Duo each had a chance to kill the other. This opportunity had even been purposely left by the other, but neither of them could act. This was the first time the 2 of them had met by the North Sea. After Fan Xian had used aphrodisiac and poetry to move her soul, and Haidang had responded with light, it was the continuation of the battle of hearts between the 2 major figures of the younger generation of Northern Qi and the Qing kingdom that had lasted for years. It looked like he had moved his hand, but in reality, he had moved his heart. Haitang gambled that Fan Xian's knife aimed at her finger would not go down, and Fan Xian abandoned his knife. Fan Xian gambled that Haitong's finger aimed at his throat would not go down, and Haitang pulled back her finger. Haitang gambled that Fan Xian's palm aimed at her chest would not go down, and so she bound his right arm. If they both couldn't bear it, why act? There was a strange smile on Fan Xian's face as he looked at Haitang in front of him. Although the 2 of them knew that this attack would probably be futile in the end, he still acted. Haidang placed her hand on his finger and spat out the pure Jinqi of Tianyi Dao, stopping the tyrannical Jinqi in Fan Xian's right arm from charging forward. It immediately made the palm he had imprinted on her chest useless. Fan Xian still acted. There was no threat or Jinqi. He moved around Haitong's clothes. The place where his palm pressed was very wonderful, very soft, and very gentle. Thus, this move was very enchanting. Haidang was very angry, and her heart was slightly in chaos. Fan Xian's left hand, which had abandoned his knife, quietly brushed up in the instant her heart was slightly in chaos. It brushed against the side of Haitong's ear. With a gentle flick of his little finger, a golden needle pierced into the pressure point below Haitong's ear. He wanted to kidnap Haidang and bring her back to the central plane. He wanted the trap, coup he had set to stop tormenting this pitiful girl's state of mind. Thus, he thought long and hard and was willing to take the risk to capture her. It was this needle. The pride of generation, the northern Qi saint girl, Haidang Duo, had finally lost. She had lost to Fan Xian on this quiet grassland. In the 4th year of the Qing calendar, Haidang Duo had emerged from the mountains. She had fought dozens of battles, large and small, and had never tasted defeat. Her reputation flourished until an immortal poet and a young ace appeared in the Qing kingdom. From then on, the people of the world discussed fervently if Haidang Duo met Fan Xian, who would win. On the shore of the North Sea, Haidang had first met Fan Xian. At that time, Fan Xian was not a match for Haidang at all. He had only relied on the footwork Uncle Wu Zhu had personally taught him to barely dodge. Using poisonous needles and poisonous smoke, he had held on the meadow. Fan Xian had not lost. Relying on his shamelessness and ruthlessness, he had successfully forced Haiding back. Did they remember that the North Sea was full of spring? After that, Haitang and Fan Xian had never truly exchanged blows. Both of them knew that if it was just a contest of martial arts, Fan Xian was no match for Haidang. However, if it was a life-and-death battle, given Fan Xian's ruthlessness, even if Haidang could kill Fan Xian, she would probably have to pay a great price. After that, the two of them became friends. The entire world began to sing about this scandal. Everyone knew that it was impossible for the two of them to fight. Some people couldn't help but feel disappointed. If these disappointed people knew what had happened on the grasslands, they would certainly be very excited. Haiding Duo had finally lost to Sir Fan Jr. More accurately, she had lost to Fan Xian's even more shameless and sinister nature. The golden needle trembled under Haitang's glistening ear. Fan Xian's fingers gently pinched the needle. His expression was very serious. He endlessly used this thin needle to pour Jinqi into Haitang's meridians. His right hand had long broken free of Haitang's control. It pressed swiftly on the girl's body. He had to completely control her. In Jiangnan, the injuries in his body had been healed by Tianyi Dao's Jinqi. Fan Xian knew better than anyone the recovery power of Tianyi Dao's Jinqi. The golden needle pressing into a meridian point could only make Haitang's body freeze for a moment. To truly control her and not harm her, he could only use his tyrannical Jinqi to forcefully seal the meridians in her body. However, Fan Xian's fingers, which carried a strong wind, gradually slowed. His gaze was very serious and even carried a glimmer of sorrow. Finally, he stopped his fingers. His left hand also slowly left the golden needle. With a crisp crack, the golden needle under Haitang's ear broke inch by inch. Such a thin and soft golden needle pressed into an important meridian point under her ear was broken by the Jinqi in her body. What a powerful rebound. With a puff, Haitang spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Her face immediately paled, but her eyes remained bright. She calmly looked at the sorrowful Fan Xian in front of her. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she said, "I've already injured my internal organs. I'm not a match for you. You could try to keep me here." Fan Xian was silent. He knew what had happened in Haitang's body earlier. When he had used his tyrannical Jinqi to forcefully seal her meridians, the pure Tianyi Dao Jinqi in Haitang's body had begun to counterattack. It counterattacked without regard for its own life and death, forcefully attacking every spot where his fingers had landed. If Fan Xian had forcefully continued, at most he would have used up a great deal of Jinqi and still been able to control Haidang. However, Haitang's decisive Jinqi, flowing in the opposite direction, would cause her meridians to explode and make her a useless person. After a moment of silence, Fan Xian lowered his head and sadly said, "Even if you die, you still won't come with me?" Haidang looked at him calmly. Fresh blood dripped from the corner of her lips. Slowly, she said, "If my heart wasn't in chaos, how could you control me? If your heart wasn't in chaos, how could you let go of a great opportunity to capture me in one move and throw Shi Lake into chaos? I don't want to die, but I know you won't let me die." Fan Xian was silent for a moment and then said, "Thank you." He was thanking Haidang for her trust in him. He was thanking her for knowing his heart and his feelings. Although the two of them had never said it explicitly, they had long known each other. It was like the night on the grasslands or the moon at the edge of the night line, clear and difficult to forget. After giving his thanks, Fan Xian looked at Haidang and said each word clearly. "Do you really want to stay in Shi Lake and become my enemy on the battlefield? I have my perseverance, and you have yours, no?" A strange light bloomed on Haitang's ordinary face. There was 20% stubbornness, 30% confidence, and 50% perseverance. Fan Xian gritted his teeth and said angrily in a low voice, "This is He's arrangement. What kind of person are you? Why should you obediently listen to his arrangements?" This was what Fan Xian was most angry about. What he hated the most in this life was having his life controlled by those terrifying old creatures. He firmly believed that his life would be free. This was something more important than the grasslands or northern Qi. Haiding looked at him calmly, like she was looking at a child. If I listen to you and leave the grasslands, won't I also listen to your arrangements? Fan Xian was startled. He knew what she meant. The grasslands cannot fall into chaos. I have to stay. Haiding looked at him and said, I don't know what you've done these 3 days. Perhaps I won't be able to stop you in time, but I have to think of a way to stop the chaos on the grasslands. Fan Xian was silent for a moment. He then shook his head and said, like a prairie fire, who can stop it? Haiding looked at him. Fan Xian smiled bitterly and said, last night, the left virtuous prince should have been assassinated. Shock flashed through Haitang's eyes. She had been on the grasslands for 2 years. She knew what kind of turmoil the left virtuous prince's death would bring. If Fan Xian had purposely left some traces when he acted, the grasslands, which had just been peaceful for a year, would probably sink back into the endless flames of war because of revenge and the struggle for power. How could you kill him? Haiding stared into Fan Xian's eyes and bit her lower lip. The left and right virtuous princes had great power on the grasslands. Chief Su Bida had the support of Haitang, Northern Qi, and tens of thousands of riders from the northern tribes to barely suppress the 2 virtuous princes. During these 2 years, the left and right virtuous princes had always been wary of the court. Their defenses were powerful. Haitang furrowed her brows slightly. She could not think of anyone in the Qing kingdom who could sneak into the depths of the grasslands and assassinate the left virtuous prince. Perhaps the shadow of the Overwatch Council had such power, but he should have gone to the court to deal with Northern Qi's support for the grasslands court. The rushing sound of horse hooves came faintly from the distance. It looked like the riders of the court chasing Fan Xian could no longer hold back. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and glanced in that direction. In a quiet voice, he said, I said 3 days ago that regardless of whether it is Ku He or the little emperor of Northern Qi, they do not trust me. This has always been a great mistake. Regardless of how the world moves in the future, I must take the initiative in dealing with these matters into my own hands because I have more power than all of you. He gazed at Haidang and said, 13th Wang followed the merchant group into the grasslands. When I stayed behind to wait for you, he followed the left virtuous prince's subordinates back from the court. I believe in his courage and power. If even the fiercest warrior in the world cannot kill the left virtuous prince, then I can only say that my luck is not good. Come back with me. Haidang was silent. Fan Xian shook his head self-mockingly and helplessly. He then whistled toward the endless darkness behind him. The sound of hooves gradually rang out in the depths of the grasslands, like a herd of wild horses running freely. Chapter 608. A smear of white appeared on the horizon. The sun was still rubbing his eyes and did not open them. The faint morning light enveloped the grasslands but did not brighten people's vision. After last night's revelry, the people of the small tribe were still drunk and sleepy. They should not have felt the call of the morning sun. Gradually, a faint sound rang out from the tribe's curtains. It seemed that many people had woken up. What woke the people of the tribe was not the rising sun. Rather, it was the thunderous roar of orderly horse hooves from behind the tribe, as well as a mass of chaotic horse hooves in front of the tribe. From all directions, it seemed that countless riders were closing in. In the morning light, Fan Xian's expression was calm. He glanced at Haidang one last time and picked up the knife she had given to Yoshiko from beside his feet. Solemnly, he put it into his clothes. Goodbye. I hope I don't have to wait another 3 years, Fan Xian said seriously to Haidang. There were a few streaks of blood at the side of Haitang's lips. She looked very pitiful, but the arrangements on the grasslands had already begun to move. The chief of the court had already sent troops to catch up. If she wanted to escape, she could only take advantage of this moment to leave. Haidang didn't know how he was going to leave because the sound of horse hooves came from all directions. It seemed that the court's riders had already surrounded the grasslands. She glanced at him with a complicated gaze. This gaze was like a heavy hammer that struck Fan Xian's body. It made his body drift diagonally toward the meadow behind him. He drifted easily and joyfully, but it was also gloomy and enchanting. He didn't see how his toes pushed against the ground, but it was as if a thin rope had been tied around his waist. Like a kite, Fan Xian drifted backward and gradually increased in speed. He became a blurry figure in the morning light, gradually moving further and further away. He gradually became smaller and merged into a large cloud of dust coming from the tribe's front left. The cloud of dust looked like a herd of free wild horses running amok on the grasslands. Beside the herd of horses, there were a dozen grassland men holding lassos. It was as if they had followed this herd of wild horses for a number of days and nights, waiting to catch the leader in one fell swoop. Hiding watched this scene calmly. She knew that this herd of wild horses was just an illusion. It must have been a group Fan Xian had arranged to receive her. Seeing Fan Xian float away without stirring up any dust, she knew that after not seeing him for 3 years, her young friend from the southern court had already successfully merged the heart of Tianyi Dao with the tyrannical Jinchi in his body. He stood firmly at the peak of the 9th level and was about to touch the limits of humans. No wonder he was so confident that he dared to enter the grasslands and launch an attack on the royal court and the left virtuous prince's tent in the dark. With such a realm, unless a great grandmaster reappeared on the grasslands, who could defeat him? Chief Su Bida had endured for 3 days and had reached his limit. At this moment, he had finally closed the encirclement. Even if Fan Xian had arranged for a group of horses to receive him, could he escape the pursuit of thousands of court riders on the vast grasslands? Haitong's eyes narrowed. A glimmer of worry rose in her heart. If a 9th-level ace faced an enemy head-on, it would be difficult for them to lose. After all, the two of them were still an immeasurable distance away from the realm of a great grandmaster. If they were to face thousands of soldiers and horses, how could they survive? In the distance, Fan Xian's figure had already landed among the wild horses. Strangely, the wild and free-loving wild horses, which looked like they would not settle down, did not reject Fan Xian's entry. When Fan Xian sat on the leading horse, the vicious leading horse only shook its neck helplessly. It did not think of throwing him off. The hurried sound of horse hooves swept past Haitong's side. It carried the sound of the wind, grass, and an indomitable aura. The valiant riders of the Western Hu Court did not slow down at all. They swept across the meadow toward the wild horse herd in the distance. The wind swept past her body, causing the leather robe on Haitong's body to flutter. She wiped away the blood at the side of her lips and lowered her head silently. A fine horse neighed and stopped from its extraordinary speed. The Hu tribe noble on the horse used the inertia to turn and rise. With a thud, he landed beside Haitang. His feet were as steady as a mountain, revealing his exquisite riding skills. The person who had come was the master of the grasslands, Chief Su Bida. He glanced at Haitang. Anger and embarrassment gradually rose in his eyes. Injured, Haitang nodded and smiled with some difficulty. The Qing Kingdom's Fan Xian? Chief Su Bida was tall. His features were firm, and the light in his eyes shone. He looked in the distance at the figure galloping southeast with the wild horse herd and asked in a quiet voice. "It's him," Haitang replied quietly. Chief Su Bida would never underestimate any of his enemies, particularly a ruthless and important figure like the Qing Kingdom's Fan Xian. He had endured for 3 days. In reality, he had prepared for 3 days. He had gathered the Hu tribe soldiers on this grasslands. He had to keep this powerful Qing official on the grasslands. Since the other party dared to enter deep into the grasslands, get close to the court, and challenge his dignity, Chief Su Bida would use the most direct method to express his anger. The court had made ample preparations. After confirming that there were no Qing riders patrolling the grasslands, they prepared to receive Fan Xian in secret. However, the spies had not noticed the herd of wild horses. Wild horse herds could be seen everywhere on the grasslands. Most importantly, they had once seen these wild horses beside a patch of water grass. From their jumping posture and habits, they determined that this was indeed a herd of wild horses. No one could use wild horses to escape before taming them. This was a rule on the grasslands. It seemed that this rule was about to be broken by someone. Smoke and dust rose in all directions. Over 1,000 court riders charged over and charged past the tribe's tents. Under the shocked and terrified gazes of the Hu tribe people, they charged toward the herd of wild horses. It looked like they were about to surround the herd of horses, the dozen men beside them, and Fan Xian, who was hidden in the herd of wild horses, but a long neigh rose into the sky. The herd of wild horses seemed to be driven by some kind of power. Immediately, they were startled awake from the chaos. Stretching out the muscles on their bodies, they raised their hooves and abruptly increased their speed, charging toward the gap in the southeast of the encirclement. The morning sun shone brightly, and the wild horses neighed. Hundreds of fine horses reflected the weak light and emitted a dark complexion as they galloped on the grasslands. In just a moment, they had already rushed out of the encirclement of the court cavalry. This scene had a primitive beauty that was filled with power, and it shocked the minds of countless people. Chief Subida held the reins in one hand and stood by Haitong's side. Coldly, he watched this scene. His eyes narrowed slightly, but he hid the shock in his heart very well. With a flip of his body, he leaped onto the fine horse and said, "I'll bring this pretty boy back for you to vent your anger." At this time, he had already admitted that this young, powerful official of the southern court, who could be mentioned in the same breath as Songji Xianling, was not just a pretty boy. Looking at his miraculous ability to control wild horses, there was probably not a second person like him on the grasslands. Last night, the court was attacked. The left virtuous prince was assassinated. No one knows if he is dead or alive. Haitang stood on the meadow among the chief's dozens of guards. Calmly, she spoke of what Fan Xian had admitted. The chief held the reins with both hands and paused slightly. Immediately after, he squeezed the horse's belly and charged down the meadow. So the commissioner of the Qing Kingdom's Overwatch Council had entered deep into the grasslands for this matter. The attack on the court was a small matter. As long as it was not the elite riders of the Qing Kingdom charging over, what did it matter if some people died? The chief had not thought that the Qing Kingdom's Overwatch Council was also very selective in who they killed. The people who died were very important to his dream of building a country on the grasslands. Most importantly, the left virtuous prince had been assassinated. This news chilled the chief's heart. Was the grasslands, which had been peaceful for 2 years, going to sink back into chaos because of the left virtuous prince's death? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but curse silently. The left virtuous prince was his uncle. Back then, he had been incomparably arrogant in front of him. Who knew that he would be killed by a Qing assassin with one blow? He was truly a bastard. The chief looked angrily at the dust in the distance. Squeezing the horse's belly, he charged toward the southeast first. Although the pretty boy had used the wild horse herd as a cover and unexpectedly killed his way out of the encirclement, the chief believed that no one would be able to escape the pursuit of the court's riders on the vast grasslands. From here to Qingzhou on the border of the Qing Kingdom, even if one spared no effort and galloped to their heart's content, it would still take 10 days. Galloping madly on the grasslands for 10 days with the Western Hu court's riders chasing after them. Who could stand against that? The chief was riding a 1,000-li horse, one out of tens of thousands. He believed he could stop Fan Xian. Although the Qing Kingdom's cavalry and archery were also very powerful, the people of the grasslands still believed that the Western Hu men's riding skills were still the most exquisite. If they couldn't catch up to an enemy they could see on the grasslands, they might as well commit suicide. The morning light gradually brightened, and the sight between heaven and earth gradually brightened. The warped morning sun peeked out halfway from the eastern horizon of the grasslands and lit up everything on the autumn plains. Haitong looked calmly at everything in front of her. A glimmer of worry and sadness flashed through her eyes. She saw that on the grasslands, the flood-like Western Hu riders had not formed an encirclement. Relying on the Hu people's exquisite riding skills, they quickly formed a group and formed a fan. Thousands of riders were like one as they sped toward the east. 2 to 3 li in front of the pursuing Hu riders, hundreds of black wild horses were galloping madly. Their hooves kicked up dust. They were like wisps of smoke as they headed east toward the red morning sun. Suddenly, a few people leaped out of the herd of wild horses and mounted them. No one knew where these people had been hiding earlier or how they were able to follow the wild horses forward. 100 Qing men rode on hundreds of wild horses and galloped through the grasslands ruled by the Hu people. Before the red sun, the horses and the figures on them appeared very spirited and arrogant. The Western Hu soldiers had made a major mistake in their judgment. They had thought that when it came to riding skills, the court riders were unparalleled in the world. No one could compare to them. Furthermore, they didn't know how the Qing people controlled the herd of wild horses. Although the wild horses were powerful, they were not as obedient and durable as war horses. Thus, they thought that on this expansive grasslands, they would need at most half a day's time to catch up to the Qing people galloping toward the sun. Chief Su Bida also thought this way. He was even thinking about whether or not he should first kill the powerful Qing official called Fan Xian with arrows after he surrounded the Qing people and not give Princess Songji any chance to plead for mercy. However, everything developed differently from the judgment of the Western Hu court riders. Half a day passed. A day passed. The proud knights of the grasslands were still unable to catch up to the Qing people. They couldn't even close the distance. The reason was simple. The wild horses in the eyes of the Hu people were not wild horses at all. They were military horses that the Qing Overwatch Council had raised for a long time. The reason they could hide from the eyes of countless people on the grasslands, from the tribes famous for their horses, and become a herd of wild horses that wandered among the water and grass was all because they had been drugged. A drug mixed with ephedrine made the Overwatch Council's military horses appear more active, wilder, and free-spirited than normal horses. Furthermore, this herd of horses was very careful. They had not been nailed or branded. Even their manes had not been tidied. Once they galloped, there was the feeling of their long hair floating in the wind. No matter who saw them, they would think they were a herd of wild horses. That was why, that night, under the watchful eyes of the court riders, they had quietly approached Fan Xian. Fan Xian held the reins with one hand and lowered his head to the horse, carefully feeling the condition of the horse. There were 100 subordinates receiving him, other than a dozen elites disguised as men on horses. The rest of the people had relied on their superb riding skills to hide among the herd of horses. They had experimented many times. The effect of the ephedrine on horses was not as great on humans as it was on horses. It was not to the extent that these war horses would not listen to orders. For the pursuing soldiers of the court, the speed of these horses galloping was terrifying. War horses disguised as wild horses were still war horses, much less war horses that had taken stimulants. Fan Xian knew that the stimulants would not last long, but he didn't need too long. 100 people took turns riding hundreds of horses, giving the war horses enough time to rest and recover. If they still let the people of the chief's court catch up, Fan Xian might as well cut his own neck and be done with it. A good horse needed someone to ride it. This was the second mistake the pursuing soldiers made in their judgment. They always thought that no one in the world had better riding skills than them and was more valiant in long-range attacks. They had forgotten a name: the Black Knights. The Qing Kingdom's riders had always been powerful. Other than armor and protective gear, they were not much weaker than the riders of the Western Hu. The Black Knights were the elite of the Qing Kingdom's riders. Under Chen Pingping's careful selection and training, the quality of the individual soldiers was truly shocking. In particular, the Black Knights had the most illustrious battle history in the world when it came to long-distance attacks that the Western Hu people were so proud of. Back then, the Qing Kingdom had suffered a crushing defeat on the northern expedition. The Qing Emperor had been trapped in barren mountains and unruly rivers. Chen Pingping had heard the news and led the Black Knights to rescue him. Within 6 days, they had advanced 1,000 li on the battlefield and saved the Qing Emperor, who was still the crown prince at the time. Another year, Chen Pingping personally led the Black Knights deep into the territory of the Wei Kingdom and captured the ambitious and ruthless Xiao and Alive. Before the Wei Kingdom's military could react, they retreated like lightning back into the territory of the Kingdom of Qing. In and out, they traveled thousands of li over mountains and rivers. History had long proven that the Black Knight's ability to launch a 1,000 li surprise attack was the strongest in the world. The Overwatch Council's Black Knights were famous for their 1,000 li surprise attacks. After they became a system, they practiced this kind of situation most often. They put a lot of effort into maintaining the medicinal strength of the warhorses. They advanced like fire and wind and retreated like water and clouds. In a flash, they disappeared from the battlefield. Advance was the best in the world. Quick retreat was also the best in the world. How could the elite riders of the Western Hu court catch up to this group of sudden assassins that moved like birds? The autumn wind on the grasslands hit Fan Xian's face. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at Jing Ge beside him. Looking at the silver mask on his face, he couldn't help but smile. If he didn't have absolute confidence in his subordinates, how could he take such a risk and enter deep into the grasslands court, the heart of Shi Hu, draw out the chief of Haitang, and lay down those two big bombs? On the third day of the chase, the riders of the court finally discovered something strange. They had not slowed down at all. The grassland horses beneath them were already exhausted, but they still could not catch up. Furthermore, the daring Qing people who had entered deep into the grasslands seemed to still have energy to spare. It was as if they could let their horses go at any moment. They were only forcefully suppressing their speed to lure the riders of the court behind them. Hearing the Dandan's alert and tired report, a glimmer of coldness flashed across Chief Su Bida's travel-stained face. He was actually the first person to discover the problem. He could feel that there was something wrong with the group of strange and even magical wild horses in front of him. Although the court's eagles were circling above, there were no large tribes on the grasslands toward Qingzhou that could stop them. The chief could not do anything. The news of the left virtuous prince's assassination had already been confirmed. The chief knew what he should do. Once the entire grasslands learned of this news, they would turn their suspicious gazes toward him or the right virtuous prince. The men under the left virtuous prince's tent would certainly already be clamoring for revenge for the left virtuous prince. In order to stabilize the court's position, Chief Su Bida should immediately pull on the reins and return to give the left virtuous prince an explanation. The longer he left, the more suspicious the left virtuous prince's tent would become of him. Chief Su Bida was not afraid of the revenge of the left virtuous prince's subordinates. If he wanted to become the true ruler of the grasslands, he had to prevent bloody internal strife from happening. He believed in Princess Songji's words. Establishing a country on the grasslands could not only rely on blood and iron killing to succeed. However, he was not satisfied. The speed of the horse under the chief slowed down. Looking into the distance, the herd of wild horses that seemed to never feel tired, he sighed in the depths of his heart. He was unusually dissatisfied. All of the court riders stopped and turned their gazes toward the great chief. They didn't know what to do next. Should they continue this futile chase or go back? They all knew that the grasslands seemed to be a bit chaotic. If they just went back like this and watched as the Qing people came to the grasslands to strut around, they were truly dissatisfied. Chief Su Bida was also dissatisfied. As the master of the grasslands, sometimes he had to suppress the anger in his heart and choose the most correct path from the perspective of prophet. He waved his hand gloomily, indicating for the court riders to turn their horses around and prepare to return to the court. At this moment, a burning anger suddenly rose in his eyes. The moment the Western Hu riders stopped their pursuit, the deserters in front of them also stopped. They stopped on the shallow meadow and looked back as if they were waiting for them. What kind of humiliation was this? The chief gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes. A moment later, the expression on his face relaxed. Coldly, he said, "Go back. They won't fall for it." Jinga glanced at the commissioner, whose head was covered in sand, and said, "Looks like they won't chase anymore." Xian spat out the sand in his mouth and furrowed his brows. His mood relaxed slightly. The situation at hand appeared to be easy for him and the deserters. Only they, who were being chased, could feel the terror of the Hu riders. The elite riders of the Western Hu court truly gave the Black Knights a great deal of pressure. Just in terms of speed, the Western Hu riders were indeed the most powerful in the world. They were far more powerful than the riders of the Wei Kingdom in the past. The Black Knights appeared to be running freely, but in reality, they were in a sorry state. If the court riders could hold out for another 2 days and wait for the medicinal power of the Black Knights' warhorses to gradually wear off, Xian would probably be in deep trouble. The reason Xian had not had the Black Knights run wildly was because he wanted to put on a confident appearance and strike at the confidence of the chief's court riders. Looking at it now, this plan seemed to be working. Furthermore, Xian knew that a person as ambitious as the Western Hu chief would not let anger get to his head and only care about chasing him. He would not care about the chaos in the court or the uprising on the grasslands that the left virtuous prince could cause. A few li behind them, the court riders gradually organized and retreated. Chief Subita fell at the very back. The setting sun shone on the light armor on his body and reflected a faint light. He still looked as cold as ever. Xian spat out the last bit of sand in his mouth and said, "Presumably, I left a deep impression on him this time. When we fight again on the grasslands, he will certainly not carelessly fight in the open. Scaring him off is good." Jingge glanced at him and said, "However, the Crown Prince has set up an ambush at the mouth of Hong Mountain for a dozen days and still hasn't seen the chief arrive. I'm afraid he will be disappointed. Please, this is the master of the grasslands." Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the figure of the chief standing alone on the grasslands in the distance. He grinned and said, "How could he be so easily killed by my schemes? Some people suggested pushing down Haidang and taking her home, thus solving half of the Western Hu problem. However, it did not seem very good. The 10,000 Iron Riders that the Ka-Erna court could influence were still on the grasslands. Xian could not take them back to the Qin kingdom. Most importantly, if Xian dared to force his way through, he would probably spend the rest of his life being hacked at by Haitang with a knife, shivering, and being hacked at by a top ace every day. This kind of life was truly terrifying. Frankly speaking, if she was not willing, Xian would not do it. Basic respect was still necessary. Chapter 609. The two sides were separated by a great distance, but they could clearly see each other's expressions. Xian narrowed his eyes and confirmed the other party had left. He couldn't help but shake his head. A wave of exhaustion that was difficult to suppress surged into his heart. After being chased by the Western Hu pack of wolves for 3 days, both sides had exhausted themselves. Since the other party had given up, he would not feel any disappointment. There was only relief. After waiting for 3 days, the pursuit that had been going on for 3 days seemed more like a child's game. It was not very dangerous, and neither side had even pulled out their knives or shot an arrow. But in reality, both sides knew what this pursuit represented and what kind of danger it hid. Xian and his group entered deep into the grasslands and confidently left. Although they had not truly fought, they had left a deep shadow in the hearts of the Western Hu people. Many years ago, the Qin Kingdom's largest border expansion operation had also been carried out under the secret leadership of the Overwatch Council. Even now, the person called Chen Pingping was still a legend on the grasslands who was treated like a demon. Xian's trip to Western Hu could be considered to have continued the Overwatch Council's excellent tradition. After taking over, he arrogantly patrolled the territory. This was a heavy blow to the spirits of the people on the grasslands. The Western Hu court wanted to unify the grasslands and fight against the Qin kingdom, but they could not keep a group of people deep in the grasslands. Presumably, this would allow them to have a clearer understanding of their own strength. It would also make the Western Hu tribe, which had been incomparably glorious these 2 years, more careful when sending out troops. Chief Subita had chased for 3 days in vain and was forced to turn back gloomily. He looked helpless and sorrowful, but in Fan Xian's eyes, there was a different meaning. This master of the grasslands had retreated so resolutely. This kind of courage to give up and being able to suppress the Hu rider's warlike nature was truly an oddity on the grasslands. If this person, with Haitong's help, truly unified the grasslands, he would probably become a great danger to the Qin kingdom. Fan Xian blinked his eyes. His long eyelashes were covered in dust. He looked like a native toying with the warriors of the grasslands in the palm of his hand. However, he was not very happy. On the contrary, he appeared lonely and helpless. "Let's go." He pulled on the reins and rode toward the bottom of the meadow under the setting sun. The warhorse beneath him was jubilant. Although it looked like the pursuing soldiers of the court had retreated, the Black Knights still did not relax. Who knew whether or not the ruthless Western Hu people would create a false impression and then attack from the side and rear? On the grasslands, the Hu people had the help of eagles. It completely nullified the effectiveness of the circular telescope in Fan Xian's hand. Because of this, the group of people who had escaped from the grasslands still did not dare to slow down. They forcefully supported their exhausted bodies and urged their war horses, which were soaked in medicinal sweat, to gallop towards the east. It was not until 7 days later that the group entered the entrance of Hong Mountain that they were truly relieved. Red Mountain was a very strange terrain in the eastern part of the grassland. It was formed by natural piles of earth and stone. After thousands of years of north wind, it had been cut into isolated mountain peaks. The mountain peaks were all crimson red. They looked as shocking and murderous as the imperial calligraphy in the imperial study. The path to enter the pass was at the bottom of these red mountains. It was a winding path that resembled sheep intestines. Fan Xian walked at the front of the group and accepted the leather pouch Jenga handed him. He drank a mouthful of water to moisten his sore throat. In a raspy voice, he said, "After finishing things here, I'll have to lie in bed for 2 months when I return to the capital." A rustling sound came from the Red Mountain. It seemed that someone had stepped on the sand and stones on the mountain. Jenga couldn't help furrowing his brows. Fan Xian knew what he was thinking and laughed loudly. However, because of his throat, the laughter was particularly unpleasant to hear. The Qin Kingdom's Western Expedition Army, lying in ambush at the mouth of Hong Mountain, looked extremely tired to have allowed their group to catch such an obvious sound. The sound of horse hooves rang out from the valley ahead. The dust-covered crown, Prince Li Hongcheng, led the Dingzhou army over to welcome them. Li Hongcheng squeezed his horse's belly and came to Fan Xian's side. Looking at Fan Xian's wretched appearance, he couldn't resist shaking his head and said, "I told you long ago, Su Bida is an ambitious and ruthless figure. How could he be tricked by you?" Fan Xian glanced at him and said, "At least I brought him out for 6 days. These 6 days are enough to do some things. Is there a need to be so careful just to kill the northern Qi people in the court?" Li Hongcheng glanced at him disapprovingly. After confirming that the kid was unharmed, he relaxed and continued, "Did you fight with the Western Hu people?" "No, I just moved my feet." The two groups met together. Their power immediately increased. In a moment, they had left the mouth of Hong Mountain, which contained thousands of years of wind and sand. In order to hide the news and prevent anyone from reporting it to the Western Hu court, there were 8,000 Qing elite soldiers lying in ambush at the mouth of Hong Mountain. They were all close relatives of the general's manor, as well as frontline soldiers in Qingzhou. They had not gone through Dingzhou to make any large movements. "We've waited here for 7 days and haven't seen anything. Shouldn't the Overwatch Council give us an explanation?" Li Hongcheng pressed his blistered lips together. "Forget it." Fan Xian gently squeezed his horse's belly. There wasn't a spot on his body that wasn't sore. He glared at him and thought to himself that the ambush at the mouth of Hong Mountain was just a preparation. Who could say for sure how strong the chief's jealousy was? Furthermore, this place was still a few days away from Qingzhou. Instead of rushing back, they were still arguing endlessly. It was truly a very risky thing to do. What he was concerned about was the situation inside Dingzhou. "Have I acted? I left before they acted. The governor's manner is cooperating with your subordinates. I've given military orders, so don't worry. Li Hongxing looked at him and said, although I don't know the specifics, there have been reports coming in over the past few days. The operation should be going smoothly. The northern Qi spies in Dingzhou have basically all been pulled out by your subordinates. Fan Xian nodded and didn't say anything more. After this battle, the grasslands once again sank into chaos. Most importantly, one Overwatch Council had entered the grasslands while the other was scattered in Shiliang Road. They had successfully wiped out all of the spies the Northern Qi Emperor had buried on this vast battlefield. The ruthless methods coup he had used before his death, the excellent situation that the Northern Qi Emperor and Haidang had used 2 years to construct, had turned into a bubble because of his even more ruthless and shameless response. 4 days later, nearly 10,000 of the Qing elite troops finally withdrew from the grasslands and entered Qingzhou. This group of soldiers had not fought a single battle with the Western Hu Riders. They had completely served as the backdrop for the Overwatch Council's actions. Their morale was not as high as when they had set out. Additionally, they had endured for too long at the mouth of Hong Mountain. They looked like defeated soldiers. The mental state of the Black Knights of the Overwatch Council was not much better. If it were not for the fact that they wanted to give Fan Xian face, these people would probably immediately fall to the ground and fall asleep. Once they entered Qingzhou, Fan Xian immediately ordered the Black Knights to rest. Jinggu accepted the order and left. However, they could not immediately bathe and eat. First, they had to take good care of the hundreds of horses specially trained by the Overwatch Council. The medicinal power in these horses' bodies had already begun to recede. They could not hold out much longer. If they were not quickly treated, they would probably gradually die. These hundreds of human-like military horses were the saviors of the Overwatch Council's Black Knights. No one wanted to see them finally fall into such a tragic state. However, everyone knew that after this 1,000-li run, this group of black horses would never be able to recover their original spirit. Inevitably, they felt a bit sad in their hearts. Fan Xian followed the army of the Western camp and met the suspicious gazes from both sides of the road in Qingzhou. The soldiers and merchants had guessed this young man's identity. They also guessed that the court must have carried out a major operation on the grasslands. Looking at the tired and listless appearance of the Dingzhou army, everyone thought that the court's operation on the grasslands had failed. The gazes they turned toward him were strange. Fan Xian and Li Hongxiang had just entered the Qingzhou military yamen when Yiling who had received the news, rushed back from the palace walls. Rushing into the back room, she pushed open the door and angrily said, "Do you think you're a god? How dare you bring so few people deep into the grasslands? Aren't you afraid the Hu people will eat you alive?" Yiling had her own reason to be angry. Although Fan Xian had not lost anything this time entering the grasslands, in reality, he had taken a great risk. Thinking of this, anger rose in Yiling heart. If Fan Xian died on the grasslands, what would happen to Lin Wan What would happen to the 2 children? As Lin Wan bosom friend, she had sufficient reason to give the harshest criticism of Fan Xian's rash actions. Of course, there was another reason she was angry. Fan Xian had come to Qingzhou, but had not come to see her. He had hidden such an important matter from her. Fan Xian paused with wisps of mist in his eyes as he watched the young lady of the Yi family break through the door and enter. His gaze unconsciously moved from the light armor on her body to the familiar and beautiful face. His heart was slightly moved. He knew that she was indeed concerned about his safety. However, looking at your appearance, you want to eat me alive even more than the Hu people, he said with a worried expression. Wang Fei, Hongsheng and I aren't wearing clothes. You don't have to be so anxious, do you? After entering the Qingzhou military yamen, Fan Xian and Li Hongsheng, who were covered in wind and sand and sore all over, had used their power and position to immediately prepare 2 large buckets of hot water. They were soaking comfortably when unexpectedly a woman barged in. Furthermore, her identity was special. Yiling had grown up in the Dingzhou army. Her personality was bold and forceful. She was very different from other women. Hearing Fan Xian's words, she realized that Fan Xian and Li Hongsheng were naked and curled up in the large wooden buckets. These two people still wore purposefully shy expressions on their faces. It was very annoying. On the contrary, she was not embarrassed or angry. She just spat at the side of her feet and elegantly turned to leave. On the grasslands, the left virtuous prince had been assassinated. Something had happened to the court. It was certain to sink into chaos. As the head of the Qing court's military stationed in Shiliang Road, Li Hongsheng had to quickly report this matter to Jingdou. At the same time, he had to return to Dingzhou to hold down the camp and move military power in order to deal with the newest change in the situation on the grasslands. Thus, the next day he left Qingzhou. Fan Xian stayed. It was not because of the good scenery in Qingzhou or because of Yiling. It was because he wanted to wait for a few people to return before he could truly relax. After a few days, the Central Plain merchant group Fan Xian had mixed and finally returned to Qingzhou covered in dust. Calculating the time, this merchant group had traveled very quickly. The path the merchant group took on their return journey was not the same as the path Fan Xian had taken. On the contrary, they had missed the soul-stirring chase. Seeing this group of merchants return safely, Fan Xian's mood relaxed slightly. He had been worried that because of the Overwatch Council's actions, these merchants from the Central Plain will become the target of the Hu people's revenge. Unexpectedly, the Hu people, under their rage, were still able to resist attacking the merchant group. It looked like Haitong's teachings these 2 years on the grasslands and the chief's decisions about the future had already affected many people. Soon after, a lonely shepherd who had lost his cows and sheep and was unable to continue living on the grasslands also entered the city of Qingzhou. However, no one knew that in this half a year, this lonely shepherd was playing the role of a mute servant who was used to hunching his body. The shadow had also returned safely. Fan Xian's heart relaxed a great deal. However, there was still no news from 13th Wang. He didn't know what his situation was, which worried him greatly. Although the Overwatch Council was used to using sinister methods to deal with all enemies, any method needed a powerful executor. Fan Xian himself was a powerful ace. He also had the Shadow as his subordinates. If it weren't for these terrifying generals, even if he had lured Haidang and the chief away, he would not have been able to achieve the Overwatch Council's goal. The Northern Qi people in the court would be dealt with by the Shadow. The left virtuous prince, who had to die, needed another powerful warrior. Fan Xian had always been troubled by this. There were only a dozen top aces in the world. It was not until a long time later that he sent a probing invitation to 13th Wang through Baiyue Brothel. After the Dong Mountain incident, 13th Wang had been serving the heavily injured and dying Sigu Jian in the sword hut in Dongyi. However, Sigu Jian miraculously dragged on and did not die, so 13th Wang never appeared in front of people again. Although Fan Xian and 13th Wang had an agreement 2 years ago, he didn't know if it was still in effect. Thus, this invitation was only a test. 13th Wang did not reply to a single word of this invitation. He directly left Dongyi and came to Jingdou to find Fan Xian. Fan Xian, the Shadow, and 13th Wang, the three aces went deep into the grasslands. They each had their own duties. In terms of the execution power represented by top aces, the present Overwatch Council was even more terrifying than when Chun Pingping was in power. It was because of 13th Wang's arrival that Fan Xian made up his mind to enter the grasslands. Because this person's identity was too special, Fan Xian didn't want the palace to be too suspicious of him. Thus, he purposely hid his identity along the way. He only brought him into the merchant group and then separated. He still didn't understand why 13th Wang was still willing to continue the previous agreement after Sigu Jian had been beaten into a cripple by the emperor. He didn't have time to think about this. He only hoped that 13th Wang would be able to return safely after assassinating the Western Hu's Wuxing queen. After a few days, Fan Xian finally received the news he had been waiting for. More accurately speaking, everyone knew of 13th Wang's return. Unlike the Shadow's quiet return, The return of this 13th disciple of the Sword Hut startled the entire Qingzhou. That day, the scorching sun hung high in the sky, shining down on Qingzhou City, causing the biting cold autumn wind to completely lose its temper. The green bricks of the city gates seemed to be about to emit smoke, and just like that, a bloody man walked through the city gates of Qingzhou City. The soldiers of Qingzhou looked warily at the bloody man. Holding long spears in their hands, they surrounded him. Enveloped by the coldness and murderous intent emanating from the bloody man's body, fear grew in their hearts. The man wore a Hu people's fur jacket. If the leather jacket with more than 30 cuts could still be considered a leather jacket, endless amounts of fresh blood seeped out of the holes in the leather jacket. It solidified, spread, and covered his entire body. No one knew how long the bloody man had walked on the grasslands. The bloody wounds had already begun to fester. Flies and mosquitoes danced around his body. It looked strangely wretched. The Qingzhou guards didn't know who this person was. They only knew that for him to be able to walk out of the grasslands with such heavy injuries, he was certainly no ordinary person. The man opened his eyes. His lips were covered in bloody blisters. To the soldiers surrounding him, he said, "Tell Fan Xian that I have done what I promised him." Receiving the news, Fan Xian rushed over and supported him. Looking at the wounds on his body, his heart was filled with a chill. He was responsible for luring out the chief and Haidang for the operation on the grasslands. In the end, Haidang would not kill him. Furthermore, the shadow had acted silently and did not take much risk. The truly difficult part was 13th Wang assassinating the left virtuous prince. Fan Xian didn't know how 13th Wang had killed the powerful left virtuous prince in the Endless Hu camp. He only knew that what he had promised him had been completed perfectly. He carried the unconscious 13th Wang back to the military yamen. With a silent expression, he began to treat this fierce warrior. Yi Ling handed him needles and knives behind him. Her face was full of shock and curiosity. She wondered who this Overwatch Council official who had been cut more than 30 times was. How could he survive like this? Chapter 610. For some reason, from the first time 13th Wang appeared on that snowy night, he had trusted Fan Xian greatly. Otherwise, he would not be sleeping like a baby in the room right now. Fan Xian stared in a daze at the unconscious young man on the bed and scratched his head. He couldn't find a suitable word to describe his current emotions. In the basin was a blood-soaked cloth. The bright red gave off a faint stench. In order to remove the leather jacket from 13th Wang's body, Fan Xian had expended a great deal of effort. The blood on the inside and outside of the jacket had long congealed and mixed with the wind and sand on the grasslands. Like glue, it stuck firmly to 13th Wang's body. He fed 13th Wang some medicine, pried open the already sealed wounds, squeezed out the pus inside, and restitched a number of wounds that had opened on the way here. After doing all this, Fan Xian was completely exhausted. Weakly, he sat on the side of the bed and stared at this man in a daze. Although he had taken the anesthetic and sunk into the deepest of unconsciousness, the pain in his body still made 13th Wang furrow his brows. This last disciple of the Dongi Sword Hut had a delicate and pretty face, particularly his brows, which were furrowed particularly nicely. He was like a philosopher's statue, contemplating the problems of life. Fan Xian shook his head and threw the scissors and needles in his hands into the basin. He stretched. In the process of saving people, he had counted carefully. There were 38 wounds on 13th Wang's body. They were all knife wounds, and they were all concentrated in the front half of his torso. There were many stories in the military camp about how the wounds were all in the front of the body. 13th Wang used his bravery and valiance to perfectly prove these stories. He had faced countless knives alone and charged out head-on. Fan Xian stared at him in a daze. Although he hadn't personally seen 13th Wang assassinate the left virtuous prince or the scene of killing when he charged out of the continuous Hu camp, each of these wretched knife wounds seemed to tell of what had happened a dozen days ago on the grasslands. When was the last time he had a comrade covered in wounds? It should have been in Shangjing in northern Qi. When he ripped open the young master's white robe, Fan Xian looked at 13th Wang on the bed and couldn't help but have the illusion that he and Yin Bingyun were the same person. However, 13th Wang's injuries were more serious than Yin Bingyun's. Furthermore, Fan Xian knew that the relationship between these two people and him was very different. Yin Bingyun was his subordinate and his arm, but he was also a loyal official of the Qin kingdom. 13th Wang had relied on him 2 years ago because of the interests of Dongyi. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the unconscious 13th Wang. He did not understand. Was something like a promise really so important to some people in this world? Even more important than his own life? Fan Xian furrowed his brows. The unconscious 13th Wang also furrowed his brows. Both of them were good-looking. However, 13th Wang was less stern than Fan Xian and more amiable. In his coma, there was a natural childishness. Both of them furrowed their brows at the same time. It was a wonderful sight. The sound of water being poured came from outside the room. Yilinger filled a basin of hot water and walked back into the room. She wet a towel and then sat down on the side of the bed. Carefully, she helped 13th Wang wipe away the blood on his body. However, there were too many wounds on his body. She couldn't find a place to start for a long time. 38 cuts. Yiling, who bit her lower lip. It was as if she was feeling pain for this unknown Overwatch Council official. I don't know what you had him do in the grasslands for him to come back alive with such serious injuries. Earlier, when she was helping Fan Xian, Yiling was truly stunned. She was shocked by Fan Xian's superb medical skills. She was also shocked by the injuries of the person on the bed. Startled by Yiling's words, Fan Xian shook himself out of his thoughts. Pulling up the corners of his lips, he smiled helplessly. He is not an official of the Overwatch Council. Yiling glanced at him and didn't say anything. In reality, she had already guessed that the identity of the person lying on the bed was certainly not ordinary. Otherwise, Fan Xian would not have temporarily sealed off news of this person and had a trouble such a noble Wang Fei to personally help him. Fan Xian snatched the wet towel from her hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He is 13th Wang, a person from Dongyi. He is 13th Wang. Yiling's eyes immediately lit up. She sighed and said, "No wonder he is so brave." Fan Xian asked, "You've heard of him?" Yiling nodded and said, "Don't have the extravagant hope of being able to hide news of him. In less than 2 days, the Emperor will know that he has interfered on the grasslands. You should think carefully about how to explain it." Fan Xian smiled bitterly. He wasn't afraid of explaining to the Emperor. In the end, which side Dongyi would fall to, it was still Sigu Jianqian's words before his death. If he and 13th Wang improved their relationship, presumably the Emperor would not be too angry. He was just curious as to why Yiling appeared to be so familiar with 13th Wang. Although not many people know that he was once your subordinate for more than half a year, many people in the military know that the Overwatch Council once had a powerful figure. Yiling seemed to have thought of something. Her expression dimmed. That year, there was a rebellion at Dong Mountain. The Emperor was surrounded and trapped at the top of the mountain. Shang Shanhu led the Northern Expedition Army soldiers to attack the mountain and force the Imperial Army to retreat step by step. If it weren't for 13th Wang bravely holding the pass, the mountain would probably have been broken through long ago. I heard that he later blocked a blow from Granduncle. Yiling shrugged. That day, this person left a deep impression on the Imperial Army. Everyone admired him greatly. After talking about him a lot these 2 years, he became famous. Yiling's granduncle was the great Grandmaster Yi Luyun, who had disappeared without a trace after the Dong Mountain incident. Hearing these words, Fan Xian paused. He turned his head to glance at the unconscious 13th Wang and slowly said, "Given his brave and ferocious nature, if he was in the military, he would probably become a rarely seen, fierce general." He didn't know that 2 years ago, the famous general of northern Qi, Shang Shanhu, had such an evaluation of 13th Wang at the mountain gate. After a few days, 13th Wang woke up. No one knew what kind of power this young disciple of the Sword Hut had in his body for his injuries to heal quickly. On the day he woke up, Fan Xian suppressed the joy in his heart and asked straightforwardly, "You are the future of Dongi. What exactly are you planning by working so hard for me?" 13th Wang had left Dongi and returned to Fan Xian's side because of the promise in the snowy night, but it was not just because of this promise. He was silent for a moment. On his pale face, his brows, which were as thick as swords, appeared particularly frightening. After a long time, he slowly said, "Teacher can't hold on much longer." Fan Xian was silent. Sigajian's death was something everyone had expected. In everyone's hearts, this great grandmaster of Dongi should have died 2 years ago. In the end, no one had thought that the most powerful idiot in the world would be able to drag on for 2 years until everyone was exhausted and embarrassed. It was to the point that everyone seemed to be hoping for his death. However, coming from 13th Wang's mouth, these words represented another meaning. Fan Xian knew that Sigajian did not have much time left. Dongi had to immediately decide what path it was going to take in the future. 13th Wang entering Shiliang Road this time and performing such a great service for Fan Xian was also Sigajian's arrangement. Your teacher is a big idiot. I think it is very likely that you will inherit his legacy and become the second biggest idiot in the world. Fan Xian looked at 13th Wang's haggard face and coldly said, "You and Haitang are both orphans. Why throw away your head and spill your hot blood to protect such meaningless words?" 13th Wang smiled with some difficulty. He knew that while Fan Xian's words appeared mocking, they actually hid a glimmer of concern. He looked at Fan Xian and slowly said, "If it is not to protect something, then why are you here?" Fan Xian had nothing to say in response. 13th Wang finally said, "Teacher wants to see you one last time before he dies." Fan Xian's heart jumped slightly. He immediately calmed down, furrowing his brows in thought for a moment. He then shook his head and said, "The Emperor will not let me accept the Dongi matter." 13th Wang knew why he shook his head. Presently, Fan Xian was in charge of the Shiliang Road matter. If, in the future, even Dongi was taken into the arms of the Qing kingdom through his hands, it would make things difficult for the Qing Emperor. In order to prevent an imbalance between ruler and officials, the Qing Emperor would probably not let Fan Xian handle the Dongi matter. Don't think of things too rosy. 13th Wang coughed. His newly healed wound almost burst open again. The Sword Hut will open next spring. Teacher's intention is only to invite guests from various places to meet. Based on what 13th Wang said, Sigajian probably didn't have many days left to live. The opening of the Sword Hut in the spring of the 10th year of the Qing calendar was perhaps the last time this sword saint would show his brilliance in the world. Fan Xian furrowed his brows and said, "Guests from various places?" "Yes," 13th Wang replied, "including guests from northern Qi." Fan Xian smiled. He knew what Sigajian was thinking. After the great Grandmaster passed, Dongi would not be able to protect itself. It had to find a good tree to rest on. Asking him and the nobles from northern Qi to attend the ceremony was to see which of the two powers in the world offered a higher price and who had the most sincerity. Dongi had long shown Fan Xian its sincerity. This sincerity was the sincerity 13th Wang's words had delivered on that snowy night 3 years ago. It was sincerity written in 13th Wang's blood. "If your teacher asks too much, I won't be able to help much," Fan Xian said seriously to 13th Wang. Very seriously, Fan Xian said to 13th Wang, "You know I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. Never mind, rest well." After saying this, he realized that 13th Wang did not notice. Instead, his gaze had passed through the window and was cast toward a certain place in the courtyard. Fan Xian followed his gaze and saw Yiling in light yellow clothing. Yiling was sitting in the dusk. With a calm expression, she gazed at the lonely autumn trees outside the courtyard. She appeared particularly lonely. 13th Wang's gaze was very soft and lonely. Perhaps it was the wind, sand, and rain of blood on the grasslands that made this gentle but valiant man begin to appreciate the other side of life. Quietly, he said, "This girl is very lonely." "She is Yiling my disciple," Fan Xian said bitterly. "Her loneliness is a mistake made by me and all of her family." "Oh, right. During the days you were unconscious, it was she who looked after you." 13th Wang didn't turn his head. He only looked calmly at Yiling, Er's silhouette in the distance. It was as if he was admiring a beautiful scene. Fan Xian suddenly remembered the first time he had met 13th Wang on that snowy night. He had used the name Tai Xiang and said he was going to Baiwa brothel to see all the beauties in the Qing kingdom. Involuntarily, a glimmer of a smile rose to the corners of his lips. He thought of some phrases and people. "You looked calmly out the window, and I looked at you silently. The curtain held both of us, savoring the gentle loneliness." Fan Xian slowly rubbed the string of beads on his wrist. It was as if he had returned to the grasslands with Haitang gently leaning against his arm. It was impossible for Haitang to suddenly appear by his side. This reality made Fan Xian feel disappointed. Although he and Yin Bingyan had used 4 months and relied on the shadow and 13th Wang's extraordinary strength to perfectly complete the Overwatch Council's plan, when he thought of Haitang still on the grasslands and the possibility that she would forever remain in the autumn grass and blue sea, Fan Xian felt anger for no reason. This anger was mostly directed at Ku He's arrangements before his death and his hatred for the little emperor of Northern Qi. Of course, the present Northern Qi emperor was no longer small. Although the connection between the palace treasury and the north had been greatly weakened because of the Qing emperor's powerful intimidation, the Northern Qi emperor had quickly consolidated the court and fully demonstrated his ability to govern. Under the Qing kingdom's overbearing aura, he did not show any signs of defeat. On the contrary, he began to stretch out his hands and legs, intending to counterattack. For example, in Shiliang Road, Fan Xian had spent a great deal of money to move Deng Ziyu back from Northern Qi's Shangjing to target Northern Qi's infiltration of Shiliang Road. Following the deaths of the Northern Qi people in the court, the Overwatch Council's purge operation in Dingzhou and Qingzhou began with a bang. Because the Overwatch Council had prepared for a long time, and the person in charge of this matter was Deng Ziyu, who knew the way the Northern Qi Brocade Guard did things, it proceeded particularly smoothly. With the full cooperation of the General's Manor and the Governor's Manor of Shiliang Road, the Overwatch Council only used 10 days to capture over 40 Northern Qi spies in Dingzhou and Qingzhou. The number of Northern Qi spies who had died to the hands of the 6th Bureau of the Overwatch Council had already surpassed 100. In order to destroy Northern Qi's infiltration of Shiliang, Fan Xian had spent a great deal of money and exposed a few officials who had developed in the Northern Qi court for many years to obtain the name list. He knew that although the Hu people on the grasslands appeared to be able to resist at the moment, if they were allowed to continue developing, they would become a great threat to the Qing kingdom. Thus, he did not care about anything. He had to kill the signs of the Hu people's prosperity before the spring dew fell. He also knew that each time the Overwatch Council captured a Northern Qi spy in Shiliang Road and killed a spy, the distance between him and Haidang would increase. Furthermore, there were still a few Tianidao disciples lying in ambush in Shiliang Road. The death of the left virtuous prince of Shi who brought too many unstable factors to the grasslands. The hardliners, led by the foremost ace of the king's tent, Hu Gu, demanded that the chief of the court give an explanation for this matter. Without being conferred a title by the court, the left virtuous prince's tribe had elected the left virtuous prince's youngest son as the new left virtuous prince. At the same time, they raised the knife of revenge against the various powers on the grasslands. The biggest suspects for the left virtuous prince's death were, of course, the chief of the court and the right virtuous prince. Although the court had once said that the Qing kingdom's Overwatch Council had secretly done this, not many people believed it. Furthermore, Hu Gu was still picking fights internally. In order to stabilize the situation on the grasslands, Chief Su Bida was forced to acknowledge the new left virtuous prince's position. He sent envoys to pacify them and guarantee that they would give the left virtuous prince's subordinates a satisfactory explanation. What was a satisfactory explanation? It was the head of the murderer and the massacre of the murderer's tribe. The problem was that the murderer had long escaped. No one knew which tribe he was from. Thus, the grasslands were in turmoil. At any moment, there was the possibility of a big battle breaking out. Additionally, the court had, in a short half a month, suddenly lost all of their spies in Shiliang Road and became blind. For a moment, they were unable to respond. There were many troubles on the grasslands. However, these troubles needed Chief Su Bida and Haidang to resolve. As for Fan Xian, who had created these troubles, he was not unhappy at all. He just watched everything that happened on the grasslands with cold eyes from Qingzhou. According to his agreement with Hu Ge would completely lean toward the chief of the court next spring. After all, given Hu Ji's current strength, even if he had the full support of the left virtuous prince's subordinates, he would not be able to overthrow the position of the chief of the court. Since it was so, it was better to change sides. Presumably, Chief Su Bida would happily welcome the arrival of the power that Hu Ge belonged to. With the chief's support, in addition to the Qing Kingdom's secret support, presumably, it wouldn't be long before Hu Ji's tribe would develop and grow. At that time, Chief Su Bida would truly have a headache. The grasslands would welcome a truly difficult time. Concerning this matter, Fan Xian had only made the beginning. He dug 2 shovels and threw down a seed. He then waited for the seed to germinate, grow, and take over the place where the grass grew. It had to be admitted that his 2 shovels, particularly the 1/13th Wang had swung down, had truly taken the lives of the Hu people. Fan Xian stayed in Qingzhou, not just to watch the show on the grasslands. He also wanted to watch the show playing out in Qingzhou. However, before he could finish watching the show in Qingzhou, he received a secret report from Jingdou. This secret report from Baiwa Brothel regarding the Great Prince made him angry. Faintly, he sighed. The affairs of the world are difficult to predict. The affairs of the world are difficult to predict. The title of the chapter was a song by Do Wei. As for the monthly votes, I have already closed in to within 200 votes. It has been hard on everyone. It has been hard on me. Let's work hard together. Please continue to give me monthly votes. Chapter 611. Presently, Baiwa Brothel had spread a large net throughout the world. Although all the powers knew that the largest brothel alliance in the world was the property of the Fan family, they had no way of controlling it. After all, this was proper business. Regardless of which country's laws, they could not control it. Baiwa Brothel's conditions were good. They were polite and considerate to the girls in the building. The guests were truly happy, and labor and management were harmonious. Furthermore, they had Fan Xian's power as a backer and Xia Mingji and Zhaoshan Money House as financial support. In a short 4 years, they had spread their tentacles to every place. Although Baiwa Brothel's intelligence gathering was not as professional or powerful as the Overwatch Council's, at least it provided Fan Xian with another source of information. In the end, the Overwatch Council was the official spy organization of the Qing Kingdom. There was always a faint fear in Fan Xian's heart. If one day the Emperor had him hand over the Overwatch Council, then his eyesight and hearing would both decline greatly. For example, this secret report regarding the Great Prince proved the benefits of Fan Xian's strong support for Baiwa Brothel. As for the information in the secret report, the Overwatch Council's report and even the Qinian unit's secret report did not mention a single word. If Baiwa Brothel had not leaked it out, Fan Xian would not have known that another good show was about to play out in Jingdou. Of course, Fan Xian knew that this matter could not be blamed on the Overwatch Council and the Qinian unit. After all, it involved the face of the royal family and the emperor's family matters. Even if the official spy organization had found some information, before it could be confirmed and with the internal court and imperial censorate watching, they could not report it to him without evidence. Baiwa Brothel did not care about this. In the organization structure under Fan Xian's control, Baiwa Brothel was more like the imperial censorate. It had the freedom to hear rumors and discuss official matters. The secret report mentioned the great prince taking on a secondary fae. It was just a rumor that occasionally spread through Jingdo. Wind from an empty cave was not without reason. Fan Xian furrowed his brows and thought about what had happened in Jingdo. If it was just the eldest prince taking on a secondary wife, it would have been a small matter. There was no need for him to be so nervous. But the key point was that the Bayou House's report made it very clear that the selection of a secondary wife was completely decided by the palace. The eldest prince did not know about this beforehand, and it was rumored that the eldest prince was very conflicted about this matter. He had already entered the palace and argued with the king twice. Fan Xian's head hurt. He knew what kind of person his elder brother was. Although the great prince understood the big picture, when it came to family matters involving the root of the family, he was very stubborn. Additionally, his relationship with the great Wang Fei was harmonious. How could he agree to another marriage in the palace? For the palace to want him to take another secondary Fei, there was clearly a deeper level of consideration. Regarding this, Fan Xian knew very well. Ever since the Jingdo rebellion had truly been quelled and the emperor had once again found his love for his eldest son, the first thing he did was not move the great prince to the border army as a commander with real power. Instead, he secretly prepared for the great prince to take on a secondary Fei. Thus, the matter of taking on a secondary Fei had actually been carried out in secret for a long time. However, it had been forcefully resisted by the great prince and had not truly surfaced. The great Wang Fei was the great princess of Northern Qi. The honeymoon period between the Qing kingdom and Northern Qi had already ended. For the sake of future battles, the emperor would not allow his eldest son to be controlled by a Northern Qi woman. In the final northern expedition, the great prince was clearly the best choice for the vanguard commander. The emperor's intentions were clear. He would first have him take on a secondary Fei. Then, he would find an opportunity and an excuse to depose the great Wang Fei. The meaning was clear. It was a pity that the Qing emperor's sons were disobedient. The great prince had never been such an obedient person, which was why he had been able to resist for 2 years. However, from the news from the Bayou House, it seemed that the palace was preparing to bring this matter to light and directly make the decision. Fan Xian hugged his knees with a headache. He was very angry. He had a strong opinion of the great prince. He thought to himself, since the emperor is forcing him so fiercely, what are you afraid of if you agree for now? Delay it as long as you can. Do you really have to wait for the emperor to give an edict and then have you go to the palace and play a game of refusing to submit? How could a member of the royal family have the right to be a saint of love? However, the great prince and the great Wang Fei, this married couple, had a sense of a long-lasting relationship. It made Fan Xian feel great admiration and sigh at his own inferiority. Other than admiration, what made Fan Xian's head hurt was that the intelligence report from Bayou House was vague, but secretly revealed a piece of information. After the emperor and Lady Ning discussed it, they temporarily suppressed their anger and prepared to have Fan Xian return to the capital to persuade the great prince to take on a secondary Fei. It had to be said that after the Jingdo rebellion and the deaths of the crown prince and second prince, the Qing emperor's attitude toward his remaining 3 sons was much warmer than before. If it had been in the past, the great prince would probably have long been imprisoned in his manor if he dared to forcefully resist an edict. It was not like now, where he could resist his temper and let Fan Xian go persuade him. The emperor's secret edict would probably take some time before it reached Fan Xian's ears. Bayou House received the news much faster. Fan Xian held his head and thought, what exactly is going on? When a great princess of Northern Qi had traveled thousands of leagues south to marry the great prince, he had been the one to officiate the wedding. Was he going to be the one to break off the marriage after 4 years? Just as he had sighed earlier, the affairs of the world were truly hard to predict. It was morning. The sunlight from the east shone through the lonely autumn trees in the Qingzhou military yamen and cut into a few large patches of light, illuminating the paper windows in the room. A serving girl carried a plate and passed by the window, casting a shadow on the window. The shadow stood quietly by Fan Xian's side and looked at his worried face without saying a word. The best assassin in the world was used to standing quietly behind Chen Pingping or Fan Xian, blending into the shadows of the building or scenery. He was used to seeing the constant worry of the last masters of the Overwatch Council, but he was still not used to talking to them and giving them advice. His mission was to kill people and did not include these pitiful things that use his brain. After returning from the grasslands, the Shadow took off his herdsman's clothes and returned to Fan Xian's side. Just like in the past few years, he was very quiet. However, Fan Xian occasionally noticed that the best assassin in the world would occasionally glance at 13th Wang, who was resting in the courtyard. His gaze was complicated and strange. I cannot return to the capital right now. Fan Xian knew that the Shadow was not Yin Bingyun, Deng Ziyu, or the chatterbox Wang Qinian. Waiting for him to speak was an impossible matter. He rubbed the space between his brows and said, "First, the Shiliang Road matter has not ended. Second, since there is no news from the capital, it is not appropriate for me to rush back like this. This is only a small matter." The Shadow knew that Commissioner Fan wanted to talk to him. He paused for a moment and then said, "Don't worry too much." Fan Xian shook his head and sighed. "It is not a small matter. You don't know how stubborn the men of the Li family are. Take Cheng Xian and the second prince, for example. They would rather die stubbornly than lower their heads to the emperor. Although the great prince's personality is much more open-minded, in his bones, he has the taste of Dongi people's desire for freedom. With the emperor pressuring him like this, who knows what kind of frightening response he will make." Not waiting for the Shadow to open his mouth to reply, Fan Xian's face was full of melancholy. He continued, "The emperor, and perhaps everyone in court, seems to firmly believe one thing. Those who are not of our race must have different intentions. Otherwise, why would no one believe that the great prince will inherit the throne just because he is half Dongi? He is half Dongi, and his Wang Fei is a northern Qi person. In the current situation, the emperor wanting him to depose of his concubine actually has the intention of protecting him and placing him in an important position. In the Jingdo Rebellion, there were 3 people who had performed meritorious deeds. They were Fan Xian, Yi Zhong, and the Great Prince. At the time, the Great Prince held the imperial army in his hands and controlled the vital points. However, he resolutely carried out the emperor's so-called posthumous edict and successfully controlled the situation of the rebellion to a level that the Qing kingdom could accept. Because of this matter, the emperor's attitude toward him had changed greatly. It was no longer as cold as it had been in the past. Accurately speaking, the emperor feels some guilt toward the Great Prince, Fan Xian said quietly as he rubbed the spot between his brows. As Fan Xian rubbed his aching brows, he quietly said, "So he wants to make it up to the Great Prince." Given the Great Prince's lifelong ambition, the best way to make it up to him is to be the vanguard and fight for the Qing kingdom from the south to the north, unify the world, and shine on the battlefield. The emperor has truly decided to use him as commander, which is why he has to depose the great Wang Fei. Thinking of this, he also felt some resentment toward the emperor. The great Wang Fei was the great princess of northern Qi. It did indeed affect the great prince's decision to be the commander of the northern expedition. But why did he have to use such unconventional methods as taking a secondary Fei to resolve it? This was not the demeanor a ruler of a country should have. It was more like an old man who was angry with his son. Suddenly, his heart jumped. Did the emperor still not learn from his past experiences and still maintain a powerful suspicion? Is he using all kinds of methods to eliminate these suspicions in the bud? Fan Xian's heart gradually grew cold. He realized that he had made a mistake these years. He had still underestimated the emperor's powerful desire for power and the emperor's natural paranoia and coldness. It was difficult to be his son. It was even more difficult to be the son of the emperor. It was even more difficult to be the son of the Qing emperor. Fan Xian let out a shaky breath. He knew that after he returned to the capital, he would probably be stuck between the emperor and the great prince. It was better not to think about this problem for now, but he was a little curious. He didn't know whose daughter the emperor had appointed to the great prince's side concubine was, in which noble or minister was so unafraid of death that they dared to send their daughter into the mouths of the tigress Great Wangfei, the Great Prince, the male tigress, and the old tigress concubine Ning. After the Jingdo Rebellion, the emperor remembered Lady Ning's merits and took into account the Great Prince's face. After a delay of more than 20 years, he finally made her an imperial consort. However, after this Dongi female slave became an imperial consort, she still did not change her past shrewish personality. She was still full of tiger nature. The Great Prince's family was a tiger forest. In any case, it could not be Ruo. Fan Xian was confident of this. Presently, the emperor trusted and favored him greatly. He also knew that for the sake of Ruo's marriage, he had not hesitated to beat Hongsheng into a lewd person. Naturally, he would not use this to seduce him and lose the big for the small. Fan Xian stood and pushed open the door. He welcomed the courtyard filled with the colors of autumn and no longer thought about the troubles in Jingdo. It was already late autumn. As far as the eye could see, the military yamen was filled with a clean and distant color. The sky was very high, and the clouds were very light. It made one feel a sense of open-mindedness at a glance. The city of Qingzhou was close to Shihu and had the air of the grasslands. Perhaps only in this kind of place could people cultivate a cheerful and beautiful mood, such as the unusual great prince of the royal family, or the unusual Yiling of the nobility. Fan Xian smiled slightly as he gazed at the girls in the courtyard. He thought to himself that the great Wang Fei's present situation was very difficult. But the second Wang Fei seemed to have gradually shaken off the shadow of the second prince's death. There were always some good things that happened in the world. 13th Wang's body recovered quickly. He was now able to wander around the Qingzhou military yamen in a wheelchair. Because of Yiling Er's words, Fan Xian couldn't be bothered to do any more useless concealment. He called for a few girls to be responsible for pushing the cart and sent a few subordinates of the 6th Bureau to follow him and protect his safety. During these dozen days, Fan Xian had been busy communicating with Ding Zhou and leading the counterattack in Shiliang Road. He also had to carry out private transactions with the grasslands. He was very busy and didn't pay much attention to 13th Wang's movements. However, he was not blind. He could see that this lonely and desolate Qingzhou military yamen had gradually changed because of 13th Wang's awakening. Occasionally, a hint of spring seeped through the autumn garden. When 13th Wang sat in his wheelchair and occasionally rested in the garden, not far from him, a girl would be sitting and doing other things such as embroidery or playing dumb and looking at the scenery. At that time, 13th Wang would become a dumb goose and stare in a daze at the dumb goose looking at the scenery. Other than greeting each other when they bumped into each other, this young man and woman did not say any idle words. They just foolishly played out their roles. They wanted to sing to the sky, but were also afraid that their red palms would lightly tug and disturb the unfocused clear waves. Fan Xian was the little ancestor of the Overwatch Council, and Yiling was the little ancestor of Qingzhou. After she gave the order, they no longer went out of the city every day to intercept the Hu people galloping out of the grasslands to gather grain like they had in the past year. Instead, they stayed obediently in the military yamen. The old subordinates in the military yamen were all chased out, leaving only the servants and serving girls. Thus, there was now an additional scenery in the Qingzhou military yamen's little garden. It was the appearance of the two dumb geese that Fan Xian was secretly laughing at in his heart. If one were to use a more beautiful phrase, it would be the scenery, the people in the scenery, and the people looking at the scenery. For two people who admired each other, each was the other's scenery, right? As her teacher, Fan Xian knew what kind of woman Yiling was. Sometimes, when he asked himself honestly if he was a woman, he would probably also be shaken to the core by the 38 knife marks on 13th Wang's front. Furthermore, 13th Wang was a silent, gentle, and handsome person. How could such a person not move Yiling, who had been born in the military? Although Yiling Er's identity was somewhat troublesome, Fan Xian was not worried about it. 2 years ago, the emperor had secretly given a gracious edict allowing Yiling to remarry and choose her own husband. This was a great grace. As long as she liked someone, the Qing court would probably snatch him for her, even if it meant fighting for him. The problem now was 13th Wang's identity. Although he secretly worked for the Overwatch Council, and the Emperor also secretly knew of this matter, he was, after all, Sigu Jian's last disciple and the 13th disciple of Dong Yi's sword hut. Yi Ling, had once been the second Wang Fei, yet she was going to marry an ace from Dong Yi. No one knew if she would be able to get past the palace. Of course, if Dong Yi could completely lean toward the Qing kingdom under his leadership, then these obstacles would not exist. Fan Xian decided to put some effort into this matter. It could be considered making it up to this pitiful girl on behalf of the Emperor and Yizhong. There was only one problem. Fan Xian looked at the two people in the garden with amusement. Rubbing his nose, he thought that these two people were still in a strange state. Someone had to expose them. Most importantly, it was not strange that Yi Ling liked 13th Wang. What exactly was 13th Wang thinking? No matter how noble Yi Ling's identity was, she was, after all, a true widow. He knew why 13th Wang was attracted to Yi Ling's profile. It was very lonely. Fan Xian knew that the real Yi Ling was not like this, particularly embroidery. Fan Xian shivered. Yi Ling had actually embroidered in front of 13th Wang and pretended to be delicate and timid. If this matter got back to Jingdo and reached Wan's ears, his wife would probably faint from laughter. He decided to tell 13th Wang the real Yi Ling, so that his young friend, whom he admired greatly, would not find out after marriage that his life was a major misunderstanding. Just as Fan Xian was walking down the stone steps and preparing to disturb this supercilious young man and woman, the shadow behind the door quietly said something. He immediately stopped his steps. These days, the shadow had carefully hidden his tracks to prevent 13th Wang from discovering anything. Fan Xian knew the complicated relationship between the shadow and the sword hut. He also knew the shadow's true identity could not be known by anyone. Sigu Jian and the shadow had an irreconcilable hatred. Looking at Sigu Jian's favorite disciple in the autumn garden, the shadow's mood was not as happy as the man and woman in the garden. A moment later, Fan Xian said, "We'll go next spring. You won't die so early." You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.